Started. Before we get started, just to let everyone know our office manager, Janie Harrington, her husband Sam passed away, so keep that family in your prayers. Visitations tomorrow from 5 to 8 at Yoakum Tucker. Also, Charlie, for the record, have you sworn in Brad Green?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess before we get started, again, if you haven't already signed in and intend to speak tonight, please come to the lectern and sign in. I know the line's been pretty long for the last few minutes, but come on up and sign in. And then, Charlie, you want to swear everyone in right now? So if you're going to speak,
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the hall.
well, we'll wait then. We'll give that a minute. So we'll jump in then right away to, again, the meeting's going to be long, so we'll try to make this as quick as possible. The approval of the March invoices. If you've taken a look at all the invoices, and I'll need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mrs. Singer.
Second.
Second by Dan Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Approval of the March 10th, 2022 minutes.
Motion to make.
Motion by Mr. Stone.
Second.
Second by Charlie Mifflin. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Approval of the April 14th agenda, as is, and then I'll go through the postponements and withdrawals here in a second. So just need a approval of the April 14th agenda.
I'll make a motion for
Motion by
approval.
Mrs. Singer.
Second.
Second by Dan Smith. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Items for postponement or withdrawal. So I'll go through them because there's several. If you're here for the PDP 2021-53 online transport, it's a preliminary development plan for 11,200 square foot maintenance office building and a 288,000 gravel storage area located at 656 Old Delaplane Road. That application has been withdrawn. We had postponed that several months, so withdrawn means is it has been withdrawn, and if they do want to come back, they're gonna have to reapply. So if you're here for online transport, that one's been withdrawn. PDP 2019-45 Bluegrass Campground, that has been postponed. So if you're here for the Bluegrass Campground, again, that won't be heard tonight, is postponed. The FSP 2022-17, the Courtney property. If you're here to hear that, that again won't be heard tonight. That one's being postponed. The PDP 2022-21, the Redwood apartment Finley property, that one's being postponed and won't be heard tonight either. And then PDP-2022-23, Worldwide Equipment is also being postponed. So if you're here for any of those will not be heard tonight, and those are being postponed and or withdrawn. Joe, did I miss anything?
No.
Okay. Next is the consent agenda. We are going to be juggling the order of some of these because we have some that are going to take a long time, so we're going to push those back to the very end. Those two that I'm referring to is the Singer property, townhomes and senior living, PSP-2022-14 and PDP-2022-15 and PDP-2022-24. We're going to push that one to the very end. And then the other one we're going to push to the very end is the A-2022-25, the Barkley Meadows Phase 2. We're going to push that to the very end. We've got way too many attorneys here, and that one's going to go on for both of them for a long time, maybe. So we'll start right away then with consent agendas. Thank you. We've got several that are consent eligible. We'll go through them one at a time. FSP-2022-02, the Butler property. It's a final subdivision plat to subdivide. Pass it down to Charlie, sorry. To subdivide one 5-acre lot, leaving a remainder of about 78 acres located at 1741 Bond Pike. That one is consent eligible. Does anyone in the audience want to hear that one? You want to hear it? Didn't get the questions answered by the folks out in the hall?
Some, but I'll
Okay,
like to
so
push
we'll be
my
hearing
meeting.
that tonight.
Okay.
Next consent eligible is FSP-2022-07, the Beckett property. It's a final subdivision plat to subdivide 15.53 acre parent tract into 3 tracts and to transfer .31 acres to an adjoining property located at 4642 Muddy Ford Road. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to hear that one? So everybody hopefully get their questions answered in a hallway. Again, anybody want to hear that one? If not, that one's consent eligible. All right, so I'll entertain a motion if somebody would like to make a motion for Beckett Property FSP 2022-07.
I move that FSP 2022-07 Beckett property be approved by consent.
And you gotta, so let me, I'm gonna flip through here real quick. So we got the Beckett property. We've got a motion by Mr. Mifflin.
I'll second.
Oh, we've already got a second by Rhett Shirley. Sorry, he stole it for you. And her recommendations, we'd like to do a roll call, so let's do a roll call. Mrs. Singer?
Aye.
Mr. Shirley?
Aye.
Mr. Mifflin?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
And Mr. Smith?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Motion carries. So if you're here for the Beckett property, come up and sign with Charlie your paperwork. Thank you. Next on there, under consent is FSP-2022-18, the Varellas property. Final subdivision plat to subdivide a 51.3 acre tract into 6 lots located at 172 Carrick Pike. Is there anybody here who would like to hear that one? Pull this. I'm waiting. It's down there. I had it written, I just missed it. So no one wants to hear that one? With that being said, I'll entertain a motion for consent. So Mr. Stone, motion by Mr. Stone.
Second.
Second by Mr. Garrett. Again, we'll do a roll call. Mr. Mifflin?
Yes.
Mr. Shirley?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes, sir.
Miss Singer? Mrs. Singer, sorry.
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Motion carries for the Varellas property. So if you're here representing the Varellas property, come up and see Mr. Perkins and we'll get you to sign that. Next on the consent agenda is FSP 2022-19, the Ott property. This is the final subdivision plat to subdivide 18.69 parent lot into 2 tracts and the remainder tract located at tract 3 Rogers Gap Road. Is there anybody here who wants to hear this application? Give it a minute here. Anybody here want to hear the Ott application FSP 2022-19? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve this consent.
So moved.
So we got a motion by Mr. Shirley,
Second.
a second by Mr. Smith. Again, we'll do a roll call. Mr. Shirley,
Yes.
Mr. Stone,
Yes.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Dan Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Vest,
Yes.
Mr. Mifflin,
Yes.
Mrs. Singer.
Yes.
And chair votes yes, motion carries. So for the Ott property, come up and sign your documents with Mr. Perkins. Okay. Next on the consent agenda is PDP-2022-20, the Lone Tree property, preliminary development plan for an 8,000 square foot warehouse expansion area in Lanes Run Business Park West located on Demand Court. Is there anybody that would like to hear the Lone Tree property application? Okay, with that being said, I'll entertain a motion for consent.
So moved.
So I got a motion by Mr. Garrett, that Mr. Best, motion, second by Mr. Fest. We'll do it again, a roll call. Mrs. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Shirley,
Yes.
Mr. Vest,
Yes.
Mr. Stone,
Yes.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Mifflin,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Motion carries for Lone Tree property. So if you're here for Lone Tree property, come up, see Mr. Perkins and sign the documents. I think that's all we've got on the consent.
Mr. Solsky, I think you skipped over item E, Kelly property.
Was that consent eligible?
Yeah.
I didn't have it as consent eligible, so let's go through it then real quick. Thank you for pointing that out. Kelly Properties, the FSP, yeah, under new business, item B, FSP-2022-16 Kelly Properties. Final subdivision plat to subdivide 49.16 acre parent tract into 5 parcels located at 175-249 Barclay Road. Is there anybody who would like to hear the Kelly property application?
Yeah, right here, Mark.
You do want to hear it?
Yeah,
Okay, all right,
I already talked to this lady.
okay. So we'll hear the Kelly property then as well. All right, so then we'll jump right into, looks like old business. Under the Butler property, it looks like FSP-2022-02. Butler property, final subdivision plat to subdivide 1 5-acre lot, leaving a remainder of about 78 acres located at 1741 Bond Pike. Matthew, that's yours? Still have a big crowd. Yeah. Hoping to get rid of it.
All right, thank you. This application,
Oh,
I don't think we ever got together.
no, if anybody would like to speak tonight, please raise, or stand up and raise your right hand and Charlie will swear y'all in.
Not everybody has to stand up, you know.
Right.
Do you swear affirm the statement you make tonight to be the truth to the best of your information and belief?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you, Charlie. Go ahead.
yeah, thank you. This is a final subdivision plat to create a single 5-acre lot. As you mentioned, it'll leave a remainder of about 78 acres. The property is located at 1741 Bond Pike. The property and all the surrounding properties are zoned A1, which is our agricultural zoning district. The access for the new lot would come off of Bond Pike as well. This kind of gives you an idea. I mean, this is a zoning map of the area. The project site is located on the east side, the right side of Bond Pike. This is a copy of the plat that you all have a hard copy of. It shows the, the project site is about currently about 83 acres. They're looking to subdivide a 5-acre lot off of the north side of the lot. It will have its own access. The lot meets all of our requirements as far as size, lot width. The applicant, to my knowledge, is in agreement with the conditions of approval. So I do recommend approval with the 5 conditions in the staff report. The first 4 are very standard for subdivision applications of this type. The last one is also fairly common, but just reminds the applicant that Bond Pike is a state-controlled road and any new entrances require a permit. That's all that I have at this time.
Oh, okay. Any questions by the commission for Mr. Summers? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Would the applicant like to speak for the Butler property? So state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Justin Drury. I'm with AIM 3D Surveying. I'm here representing Mr. Butler, and I don't have anything to say other than I'm here to answer any questions about the plat.
Any questions? We'll get to the crowd here in a second. Any questions by the commissioner? Commissioner?
The staff said the proposed lot would need entrance approved by the state. Do you know if that's been done yet?
That has been done.
It's been approved?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
No questions, we'll open it up to the audience. Okay, thank you, sir. You wanted to speak?
Yeah.
Come on up and state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Dale Mulberry. I currently live on Bond Pike. And as you said earlier, the word subdivision scares a lot of people. And I don't really have a problem with this 1 5-acre tract, but I asked the commission to consider this for any future request. And I realize that it's not this commission's responsibility for the road conditions. But I have several photos showing the conditions of the road. My fear is this road can't handle additional traffic, such as dump trucks, rock trucks, delivery trucks. The list goes on and on. The last time this road was paved was approximately about 20 years ago, and it has very dangerous curves in it. In front of Kevin Kidwell's house is a hill, so it's an accident waiting to happen, is what I fear. And all that the road department's been doing so far is just been patching the road.
Now, that's a state road, right, Joe?
Yeah, Bond.
So it's up to the state.
I understand,
unfortunately.
I
Yeah.
understand. What I'm asking is for any future request, please consider that, because this road is dangerous. There's no speed limit, and people drive what they want to, as fast as they want to. And, you know,
I've been up and down that road. It's
you know what I'm
a little
talking
dangerous.
about. There's a lot of dangerous curves, and we have farmers. I have one live right across the road from me. He hauls hay up and down that road, and the road is just barely wide enough for him to take his vehicle. So that's my concern, is to, you know, the infrastructure of the road itself is not sufficient to handle a subdivision.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay?
it.
Mr. Mulberry?
Yes.
We have that problem all the time.
I understand.
With that road, with Old Oxford, with Connector Road, with Long Lick, and other than Connector Road, we've got subdivisions going up on all of them. And so if you would, contact your county commissioner and, you know, just bend their ear a little bit about them putting pressure on the state to get some of these older roads improved there. And they won't do it unless they hear from people like you.
Yeah.
And the limit on, just so you probably know, but the limit is one house per 5-acre lot. So with this 5 acres being subdivided off, there's only one house that's gonna be built on it.
Yeah, I'm just worried about future.
Oh, I hear you.
Because he's got 73 acres left.
Right,
What's to prevent him from doing
nothing,
any more?
5 at a time,
Right, right. So you're talking 2 vehicles per household?
right?
You do the math. You're talking about a lot of vehicles added to a road. It's like adding fuel to the fire. So that's my concern.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Anybody else would like to speak on, against, or for this application? All right, thank you. With that being said, I will entertain a motion for the Butler property.
I move that FSP 2022-02 be approved with the recommendations and conditions of approval set forth by the staff.
I've got a motion by Mr. Mifflin.
0207.
What? Yeah, is that what he said? You know what? I've got on the agenda 2022-02, but actually on the application, it's,
It says 2022.
no, it's Butler.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
it is 02. Okay, so I've got a motion by Mr. Mifflin,
I'll second.
second by Mrs. Singer. Again, we'll do a roll call. Mrs. Singer,
Aye. Yes.
Mr. Mifflin?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Shirley?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, motion approved. So Butler property can come up here and Charlie will give you the forms to sign. Thank you.
Mr. and Miss.
Just trying to be formal. Try to keep everybody there. Somebody told me they wanted to roll call on all the applications instead of doing I said, okay, I'll do it. Next one is the, under old business D PSP -2022-05, Village Lanes Run and Bell Farm preliminary subdivision plat Bell Farm amended. Preliminary subdivision plat, Villages of Lane Run, Phase 4, located at Villages of Lane Run, east of Old Oxford Road.
Sir, this is the request for preliminary subdivision plat approval for the Bell Farm and an amended preliminary subdivision plat for the Villages of Lanes Run Phase 4. Bell Farm was rezoned in 2021 and annexed into the city of Georgetown. Villages Lanes Run is a subdivision that's been, it was rezoned in 2000. We had a preliminary subdivision plat approved for the overall subdivision in 2004. It's developed over time. Now the request is to amend that last section of Villages Lanes Run, so the last section backing up to the urban service boundary. We've combined these two applications because it's the same developer, and they're kind of two integrated subdivisions, so the road network is kind of combined for the two. So this is Villages Lanes Run. We've approved everything up to Phase 4, so you can see Phase 4 on the top of that, the L in the urban service boundary for Lanes Run. So the urban service boundary is basically the city limits boundary at this point. So the city limits are going to be, could potentially be expanded to reach the urban service boundary. We won't expand the city outside the USB. So if you look at this kind of aerial, the outside the USB is approved in this subdivision, was approved in 2004 for 5-acre lots. So there's no change there. Phase 4 was approved for 100-foot wide lots, so about a quarter to half-acre lots. The earlier phases of Lanes Run were, it was zoned R1C PUD, so those are 70-foot wide average size. This was a PUD, so it allowed flexibility in the lot widths. 70-foot width is what R1C allows. 7,500 square foot in area. So they've got flexibility. They had most of the smaller lots in the earlier sections. Phase 4 was that 100-foot wide, so these were the larger lots backing up to the USB. The Bell Farm, a section of it was, I think, under contract with the developer. I don't know the details, and I probably shouldn't get into it, but there's some type of land swapping the area outside the USB for this area inside the USB that can be annexed and potentially developed. So that's why these are kind of integrated. Bell Farm is really going to be part of the Villages of Lanes Run expanded. So this is the area. It's on Old Oxford Road. It backs up to Rocky Creek Reserve on the west, on the bottom of the screen, and then the early phases of Villages, and then Rocky Creek below it, and Oxford Manor subdivision, which is 5-acre and larger subdivision, a rural subdivision at the time it was developed, is to the top of the screen. This is the zoning map when the original Lanes Run was approved. So it was approved to R1C PUD. The green area is A1. And you can't see the urban service boundary, but it follows the ridge of the Lanes Run watershed. It cuts where that yellow turns green on the Lanes Run site, but it also goes through Oxford Manor and goes on the Bell Farm to outside Rocky Creek and Rocky Creek Reserve. So Villages Lanes Run was approved with 496 lots. You can see the smaller lots were in the earlier sections. They remain essentially smaller. Originally, it was approved as a traditional neighborhood development, which had rear alley access lots, smaller lots, porch-fronted homes with porches on the front, closer to the street. That changed over time when the original phases didn't kind of develop as was anticipated by the developer. They kind of went into bankruptcy. It was purchased by other developers after the recession, and they removed the alley portions of the lots. So now it's more traditional kind of suburban type development, but you can see that rear part had 100-foot wide lots, and that was just to allow for a transition to the urban service boundary. This is the concept plan for the Bell Farm. So it tied into the villages in one location in Rocky Creek Reserve. You can see on the west in one location, and then one stub to the villages' future development. We did meet with the developer quite a few times to try to improve the connectivity in the subdivision and just kind of improve the lot layout from our perspective. So they did make quite a few amendments based on our recommendations. So it's more of a grid type street layout with good connectivity to adjoining parcels. They reduced kind of the block length to 800 feet, so there's more cross streets, there's more, areas for kind of cars to kind of disperse themselves so they don't all funnel into one collector road in the subdivision. As I said, Villages Lanes Run was a PUD, and PUD allows flexibility in lot sizes, widths, and area in exchange for some other public amenity or public donation of open space, or increased landscape buffers, or increased kind of amenities that will make the not only development better, but have allow it to have less impact on adjoining property. The Bell Farm, when it was rezoned last year, was not a PUD. So these were kind of a mixing. On the right-hand side, it was a PUD with flexible lot sizes and required open space. And on the left, the Bell Farm is a development with just minimum 70-foot lot widths and minimum 7,500 square foot lot sizes. So no flexibility, no variance in the lot widths and sizes, but also no public open space provided. So it's providing the road network and the streets, sidewalks, so forth, but no dedicated public open space or HOA area. So I guess I'll get a little, I kind of covered the background, but just to emphasize that R1C, it has a minimum lot size, and it has a maximum density. So the minimum lot size is 7,500 square foot in area and 70-foot lot widths. And then the maximum density is 4.4 dwelling units per acre. When Villages Lanes 1 was first approved, it was approved with a density of 3.5 dwelling units per acre. And that was, at the time, I think, to allow for encourage larger lots at the urban service boundary and a step up in lots as you go towards the more rural areas of the county. Old Oxford was less improved than it is today, so it was really a rural road at the time. It's a little bit better now, but at the time, I think that that density was agreed to by the applicant at the time because of the kind of the rural nature of the area still, but R1C does allow a higher density. Bell Farm just recently rezoned and approved, and the concept plan did show less than 4.4 dwelling units an acre, but it didn't have any of the PUD kind of requirements or restrictions. So looking at the plat itself, I'll go back to the plat itself. I was just going to highlight some of the kind of review comments of the plat itself. So we think the road connectivity is improved. There are 2 variances requested. You see the cul-de-sac, the 2 cul-de-sacs that remain on the left-hand side of the screen. Those are longer than our minimum city cul-de-sac, maximum cul-de-sac length. So they're 800 feet in length, and our maximum length is 600 feet. So that will require a variance. We are in support of that variance just because of the other connections that they're showing, and that's kind of a minimal variance. The other variances, we require connector through roads typically have a 33-foot width back of curb and a 60-foot right-of-way. Well, they're asking for a reduction in the right-of-way on the through street that cuts through Villages Lanes Run just to make a consistent right-of-way, and the street width's not changing, so we are in support of that too. But they need those two variances, and because it's they want to maintain a consistent front setback and rear setback between the Bell Farm and the Villages Lanes Run. They need a variance on the Bell Run's front setbacks and rear setbacks as well. So those are three variances they're requesting. There's no open space on the Bell Farm, no HOA open space other than those two green areas are set aside kind of for stormwater drainage. They will have to meet our stormwater requirements, and potentially that's kind of the area set aside for stormwater detention if needed. That may need to be larger, so they'll have to meet our stormwater requirements. So if they need to increase those areas for detention, they may lose a couple lots. So there's no guarantee that they can get this number of lots in each area. But the Bell Farm does follow essentially the concept plan that was previously approved with the zone change. So staff is, I guess, pleased with the increased connectivity in the subdivision, and the Bell Farm layout does meet all our minimum requirements for R1C. The Villages Lanes Run side, so this is on the right side of the screen, on the north side of the screen. They're showing 85-foot lots along the Oxford Manor subdivision. The previously approved plat showed 100-foot lots in this whole area. We're recommending that they maintain that 100-foot width along Old Oxford Manor and along the urban service boundary. Internally, I think we are in support of some flexibility in the lot sizes, so reduction from the 100-foot widths to a minimum of 60-foot widths if they provide increased buffers around the perimeter of the site, and they provide the open space as shown in this kind of central area as an amenity for the subdivision. So they're showing 85-foot on the exterior. On the perimeter adjacent to Oxford Manor, we're asking that that be maintained at 100 feet minimum lot width. The open space, they're showing one lot in the open space area on the west side. We're asking that that lot be removed and that be maintained as all kind of a uniform open space area. They're showing a kind of alignment with the street so you can see the open space. It becomes more accessible and kind of more of an amenity for the subdivision. So we would like to maintain that view of the open space from the street. So the main thing, I think, is removing that one lot from the open space. The other landscape, increased landscape buffers. There is an agreement with between the Bell Farm, the owners of the Bell Farm, and the developer on a private buffer, I guess, to the south of the Bell Farm, above where that detention area is, that pond area is. And that buffer is within a 30-foot easement on either side of the property line. They're proposing a double row of evergreen trees and a diamond mesh horse fence with a barbed wire top strand. They're just showing it on this plan along that line, but our recommendation would be to continue with that along all the Bell Farm property, at least the fencing portion. If they can meet, there's an existing tree line also on the east, so to the right of the pond along that line. Either maintain the existing tree line in a landscape buffer or plant the same buffer proposed on the other line along with the fence would be our recommendation. And it's one of the conditions of approval. Along the USB, same thing, we require a buffer at the USB boundary. Either, we recommend either continuing that same buffer that's in the agreement with the Bell Farm along the USB boundary, or meet our minimum landscape requirements, which is a tree every 30 feet, I believe, at the USB, and a fence, and a plank fence with diamond wire mesh as well. And along the old Oxford boundary, same thing, we require a landscape buffer, and that's a tree every 30 feet with a hedge or fence. And that was required on the previous section 3, so we required that buffer. So continue that buffer along the old Oxford Manor just to create some kind of visual and, actual separation from Oxford Manor subdivision, which is a rural subdivision. The other, I guess those are the other issue I guess we had in the staff report was the tree lines. So in the original zone change, we had a condition that existing tree lines be protected where practical. There is a kind of a major tree line along that dotted boundary between the Bell and the Villages of Lanes Run property. I didn't get a chance to get out there because of the rain to actually walk it, but I've looked at it, on aerials, and Ben had been out there a month or so ago. We recommended that tree line be protected. I know it's not. We looked at some historical aerials. It's grown up a lot in the last couple of years, so there's not a lot of huge, specimen trees or large caliper trees there. Developers said there's 18, so a lot of it's undergrowth. That's under canopy that's grown up over the last 5 years or so. So it may not be practical if you're doing the grading that they're showing to save that tree line, but if possible, we'd recommend saving that tree line and just, allowing some flexibility in the lot widths on the Villages of Lanes Run to kind of keep that in a landscape buffer, or at least the trees that can be saved that are worth saving in there, they'd be saved during development within a landscape buffer. I think those are all the major comments. So we are recommending approval of the amended preliminary subdivision plat for Villages of Lanes Run and the preliminary subdivision plat for the Bell Farm. I guess the major change from the previously approved on the Villages of Lanes Run, and they're showing a little over 50 additional lots from what was previously approved in the 2004 approval. And those are picked up through, reduction in the lot widths from 100 to minimum 60, but they are providing the additional open space and the additional buffers on the exterior. I could go through all the conditions of approval, but I think I've covered them all. I guess that if there are any questions on the conditions, I can address them, but.
Any questions for Joe? The only one I may ask you, I think I'll just ask you instead of the applicant. Lot 90 looks like it's almost completely wetland. So is that even a buildable lot? Because I don't see it anywhere in here saying that we're not going to build on 90.
They would have to get any state or federal permits from the Army Corps of Engineers for wetland mitigation. I mean, if they wanted to use that area, which I'm presuming they do, they'll just have to provide mitigation funds for that.
Any other
and
questions
get the
for Joe?
permits.
Thank you, Joe.
Yep.
The applicant going to come up and speak?
evening. My name's Doug Charles, and I'm the developer. And Joe, thank you for the presentation. Just so everybody knows, this has been about a 7-month collaboration. It just didn't happen overnight. We had brought the Bell Farm concept deal back late last year, and that was approved. And I think one of the comments that this body made was commending us on making the lots larger than they really, we could have gone smaller on those, but it's been quite an exhaustive process, good collaboration between us, and we've struck a lot of good balance in trying to provide a good community that makes sense in a lot of various ways. These lots average 73 feet wide. I think the minimum in these zones are 7,500 square feet, and we're well over, 8,400 average. We put on the previous development, we've spent over $200,000 in road improvements on Old Oxford Road to widen that, and of course there are going to be 2 turning lanes, and there are additional improvements that are going to be happening on that road as well. We also engaged a traffic study, and that we gave that to the staff, and that was one of the things that helped drive our process and how these roads did, and the staff was very, very helpful in helping us modify the plan to get where we are today. We have no issues with the recommendations of approval and the conditions of approval that the staff have made. They're all well intended, and I feel like we'll strike a balance in what is good and fair and reasonable. If there's any, as far as that lot 90, Mark, we also engaged a wetlands report and study, and we will, if it's unable to be mitigated, then of course we would just strike it from the deal. And this is probably, so everyone knows, this is probably, as you all can imagine, a 300 and they're right at 300 lot development. This is probably in reality, a 4 or 5 year process. There's sewer tap issues. It's a lot of time. So it's not something that's going to happen, tomorrow and those kind of things. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Any questions for Mr. Charles? Thank you. Anybody here want to speak in favor or against, or just have questions? Come up one at a time, and again, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Craig Clemens. I live at 766 Old Oxford Road. A few comments. I was glad to hear about the 100-foot lot recommendation for the homes backing up to Oxford Manor subdivision, because it is transitioning to 5-acre lots. It's hard to tell from the Plat map what the environmental buffer is other than trees. From looking at it, it literally backs right up to a lot line at Oxford Manor to the 5-acre lot. And again, it's hard to see that detail there, but that doesn't seem like much of a buffer going from high-density housing to agricultural 5-acre lots. I know it's not in your purview, and I understand traffic study has been done, but putting another 600 cars going onto Old Oxford Road, I know it's been widened and that's been appreciated, but I still think it's going to be a mess, especially commute times at Connector Road. So I would just ask for consideration for that buffer, and if more detail comes out for that, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you wanted to speak? Come.
I'm Deborah Lunsford. We live at 114 Abbey Road in Oxford Manor, and we've been there since 1997. My husband and I have both been hit on Old Oxford Road in separate accidents by traffic that travels that road that's unfamiliar with the dangerous situations, and the speed sometimes is more than they should be going. We're concerned about the increased traffic. We're already dealing with the Abbey at Old Oxford, and we've suffered substantial damage to our automobiles by traveling Old Oxford in the 25 years that we've been out there. And I know at one point I had to approach then Mayor Varney and ask them to do something about that bridge that went over that creek. And that was, I think, in 2007 when our son was returning from his 3rd tour in Iraq. And I said, he's survived these tours in Iraq, and I don't want him killed on Old Oxford. And they finally proceeded to do that last repair of that bridge, that culvert or whatever that went over that creek. So we've seen it all in the 25 years, and we're not happy to see any more traffic than what we've already got at this point. And I guess they're not going to be coming through our neighborhood, correct? It's just,
Correct.
they will exit on their own?
Correct.
Okay. But we are concerned about the situation for all of our neighbors.
Thank you, Ms. Luxford. Anyone else here to speak in favor or against? Comments, questions by the commission? I guess with that being said, I'll entertain motion.
I make a motion that we approve PSP 2022-05 based on staff recommendations.
I got a motion by Mr. Garrett,
I'll second.
a second by Mrs. Singer. Again, we'll continue the roll call. Rhett?
Yes.
Charlie?
Yes.
David?
No.
Oh, no. Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Dewan?
Yes.
Brad?
No.
Dan Smith?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Motion carries. Thank you all. Come on up, Mr. Charles, and sign with Mr. Perkins. Try to use first names, Rhett.
No, it's not about getting
I thought that you want me. Oh, yeah, sorry, gotcha. I'm always trying to please
Rock
everyone.
oven.
Okay, next on the agenda. Next on the agenda is the Kelly property, FSP. Hold on 1 second, let me read it from there. The FSP 2022-16 final subdivision plat to subdivide 49.16 acre parent tract into 5 parcels located at 175-249 Barclay Road.
Which one did we move to?
Kelly, yep, under new business, B. Elise, it's all yours.
Thank you. As the chair said, this is FSP 2022-16, which is a final subdivision plat to subdivide a approximately 49.16 acre parent tract into 5 parcels located at the addresses 175 through 249 Barclay Road. The property is zoned A1 agricultural and is surrounded by agricultural zones. And I have the breakdown of what the parcels would be. They range from 5 acres to 15.8 acres, that one of which is the remainder tract. This is just the location. It's all surrounded by the A1 zoning district. This is the plat that was submitted. I don't want to enter that. This is the plat that was submitted as part of this application. They are proposing 2 new entrances onto Barclay Road and 1 existing entrance that would be utilized by one of the parcels. The central kind of portion that's already cut out is a 5 acre parcel that was subdivided in 2015. So it's not reviewed, but it is shown on this board, and it has the green arrow dictating that it is an off-site existing entrance for the project. Parcel 2 has an entrance point in which parcels 2, 3, and 4 would share that road kind of going up and following the existing utility line easement all the way to the rear parcel 4, which is 5 acres, and 3, which is about 7 acres, and then obviously it's through parcel 2. Parcel 1 would have its own entrance using an existing one, and then parcel 5 has a proposed entrance on the south side bordering the Seawell property. These are some of the edits that we had from the commission engineer and the roads department. They did go out and view the property. Due to the tightness of some of these locations, they do have the following feedback. Specifically, they request that while the parcel 2, 3, and 4 access point is appropriate, the existing entrance on parcel 1, if that entrance is going to be adopted for parcels 2, 3, and 4, is an insufficient distance for appropriate site and viewing, and requests that it be moved more north onto the property in line with an existing overhead utility pole. In addition, the entrance for parcel 5 is insufficient distance from the existing entrances at the Bauer property subdivided in 2015, that central property, and the Seawell property to the south of the property. So they would need to make an arrangement with an adjoining property owner to either have a shared access easement with the Bauers or whomever else, or be consolidated with an existing tract that's on that property. Again, it is insufficient site distance, and the area is heavily curved. You can kind of see that front property line for the site, and due to just utmost concern for vehicular safety and also proper site distances, those entrances would need to be maintained, and the ones that are proposed would need to be altered in some way to promote best case scenario. This fire department did also have additional requests, specifically to have a fire hydrant located at that shared entrance of parcel 2, 3, and 4, and then to depict that. So pretty much this is the other thing. Based off of conversations with commission engineer and just general review of the project, the staff does recommend approval of the subdivision plat. The first 4 conditions that are on the board are the 4 that are typical of final subdivision plats. The 5th of which is that they follow the rules and regulations established by the fire department, and the 6th of which is that they have approval from the county road department and have that submitted prior to final plat approval and filing. That is all I have.
Thank you, Elise. Any questions for Elise by the commission? Thank you. The applicant like to speak?
Good afternoon. My name is Harold Sims. I represent the applicant in this matter, David Kelly. This application was born out of Mr. Kelly's intent and desire to take 4 of these tracts for conveyance to his children. He has 4 children, and that is his idea for this process. We wind up with 5 tracts in the process of getting to. There was the leftover track at the end, and that's what we will consider parcel 5. The hook on the plat that you're looking at, what I call a hook, was formerly there was some formal thought of conveyance to the neighbor, but that is off the agenda right now between the parties. So we have a standalone track. The final plat that we submit to for a signature will not have the consolidation hook on, because that was should have been removed by the surveyor when we took the word consolidation off, but I didn't catch it when it was turned in. The issues regarding the entrances that we have met with the fire department and with the road department. We are in agreement to actually the location for the entrance to number 2 to accommodate what the fire department will move down a little bit towards the Bauer property, so what they wanted us to do, the fire department wanted was to create a extra wide access point where when they can pull up and get access to the fire hydrant, get off the road, so they can, if they were going to be fighting a fire down the road or something, they wanted access to that. They wanted to be able to get off there. So Mr. Kelly's agreed to have a wider access point at that place for the fire department's use of the fire hydrant that will be located on the track 2. We are in agreement with moving the entrance for parcel 1 up to the power pole that was mentioned, and our only, the matter that we have a problem with is on parcel 5. We disagree with the planning staff in that there's no other way to achieve site distance on parcel 5 other than by going through the other party. We did some work out there photographing and looking at the location over the weekend, and I'm with the removal of some vegetation on both our side of the road and across the road on a neighbor, Mr. Meadows, and maybe perhaps even lowering a berm looking to the towards Muddy Ford. We might have to lower a berm a little bit. I think it's easily able to achieve 250 feet of sight distance. In working with the planning staff engineer, we discussed the issue of the 250 feet between entrances, and is my understanding that rule as it's presently termed is for tracts between 5 and 10 acres, and parcel 15 is 15 acres. And there's a clear indication from my discussion with the planning engineer and with the road department that the important matter here is to get site distance. I have took some time to make some pictures this week. First of all, I need to let you know that the posted speed limit on Barclay is 25 miles an hour. And if you don't mind, I will I'll start these down, and you can see that's the posted speed limit. And then here is the location looking south. Where I'm standing with the umbrella is roughly where the entrance would be. You have to understand, I'm in about an 18-inch, 2-foot hole there that would be raised up to street level. And then the difference, that's what the sites would be at different versions as it is now. And we're going to improve the line of sight by taking down trees and dropping a berm to make sure that we can give adequate site distance. The conditions of approval as they're written now, I think would accommodate this. It says at the very end, number 6 says we have to get the planning the planning engineer and the road department both have to approve it. And that's, in my opinion, that means we'll also have to add a note to the plat for the road department to sign off indicating that they reviewed and approved these proposed entrances. My concern with the list of conditions that are there is one that is, I think it's number 1, that talks about meeting all subdivision regulations. And I just want to make clear that one of these says that will meet all the subdivision regulations, and I do not believe that the 250 feet between driveways is applicable in this situation because we have a 15-acre tract that it's adjoining. Plus, I think the important item is satisfying the road department and the planning engineer that we can give the traffic that's motoring and the people that are pulling out of this adequate site distance. They have determined, in our case, needs to be at least 250 feet. So the applicant is willing to accept all the conditions of approval, and we will be back to get the plat signed after we do the work and can bring out the planning engineer and the road department to review, do their own testing, and see if they're able to sign off on the plat. I'm available to answer any other questions.
Any other questions or any questions for Attorney Sims? Oh, hang on. I'm going to pull you up one at a time. No, I won't miss you, I promise. Any other questions for Attorney Sims before we bring neighbors up? All right. Well, we can bring one up at a time, and if you'd like to speak, come up to the lectern and state your name and address.
My name is Frank Burke, 205 Hinton Cemetery. I put Mr. Kelly on two sides of that property and got a pond back there. So I don't have a problem with the 4 houses. I do have a problem with the other piece of property. When they sell that, what's to stop them from putting 3 more? Now I got 7 at my back door. Not only that, are they gonna do erosion control? All that dirt and silt gonna go in my back pond. And then it runs into another ditch line, and then that runs into Barkley, and then that goes right in the water system. Another thing is how much does that depreciate my property with 7 houses at my back door?
We'll ask him.
Okay, and another question is, I got friends comes over with the kids, they like to hunt. My piece of property, I see anywhere between 8 to 15 deer every night. I got pictures here of 40 turkey daily. Not every day, but every couple of months. Is that gonna hurt the environment for them? Having possibly 7 houses? Is there any restrictions from, they do the family thing with the 4 houses, that's fine. But if there's a possibility of the other people putting 3 more, now we got 7, we got all that traffic coming in and out of there. Who's going to take care of that water? All that erosion that's in the valley. All that water comes right into my backyard, into that pond. Are they doing erosion control? Are they going to send that water somewhere else? Also, is that road going to be paved that they're talking about building? It's extra wide. If it's not, all that silt's running right back into the water. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Anyone else like to speak? Come on up and state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, I see that now.
My name is Bill Carr. I live at 145 Hinton Cemetery Road. And I want to thank the Mr. Chair, thank you, and the board members for allowing us to speak. I am not opposed to this at all. And when I look at what Mr. Kelly wants to do, I see really little reason to deny that. He's covered all of his bases as far as access to his property. The infrastructure as far as utilities are concerned are easily met. Heck, we even have internet out there now.
I don't have internet.
Why?
I tried to get AT&T and said, no, Stanton Crown was trying to, AT&T trying to buy Stanton Crown's internet right there. So they're not offering it now.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
Thank you. Mr. Byrd's concerns about erosion and things like that is not unfounded. However, anytime you have building and construction, we built a new house right next to him. Now it flows away from him, but you have those issues. They're generally temporary and are handled daily, everywhere to do that. Otherwise, we'd never build a house. So the speed limit is 25 miles an hour. Do people follow that? Nope, but that's not Mr. Kelly's problem, nor Mr. Byrd's problem, nor my problem, other than the safety issues. But as far as him meeting all the requirements necessary, he more than does that. My farm, 27 acres, was platted off for 5 lots. And we just bought them all, turned it and kept it as a farm. So if that's an issue, I will yield my 5 plots for his, and with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Bill, last name is K-A-R-R-E-O. And were you sworn in earlier? Yes, sir. Oh, okay. I was back there. Were you?
Frank guy stood up right here.
Excellent. Thank you both.
I'll vouch for him.
Anyone else like to speak on behalf, in favor, or against this application? Oh, come on up, sir, and state your name and address for the record.
I've already given Mr. Kelly access to my side of the road as far as the site distance.
And I told him he can have all the site distance he wants there, take whatever he wants to down, that's not a problem. And as far as what may happen in the future, I'm looking around here and seeing a lot of fathers, mothers, you got kids. You don't know what's gonna happen in the future. We could all pass away, it goes to our kids. You don't know, they may keep it like it is. That's just nature. So as far as what's gonna be done in the future, I don't see as how we can even predict or even hope to predict what may happen in the future. All we have to do is look at what's going on right now. And from what I'm seeing is what's going on right now, I see no reason to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. Well, let me open it up to a couple more if anybody else wants to speak against or in favor of. Anyone else want to speak before the attorney answers maybe a couple of those questions? Mr. Sims, you can approach the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, specifically Mr. Bird's concern about the parcel 5 becoming three different parcels. I think one of the conditions of approval are any further subdivisions of these tracts would have to come back before this entire commission. So you would all, it doesn't happen automatically. Somebody would have to make an application and they would have to meet all the criteria for further division of that property. It's not being offered today as 3 separate tracts, and the commission has made it clear that any further division of any of these parcels will require the applicant to come before the commission. With regard to issues regarding silt runoff and that, I believe our building inspection office here has some rules in place about silt fences and when they're supposed to be used and how they're supposed to be used. So I would believe that there are rules and regs that address that. Whether or not they're followed every time, I'm uncertain, but I do think that there are ideas, plans, rules on the books to mitigate those kind of concerns while construction is going on. As Mr. Carr has indicated, those sort of things are temporary, and when the construction is done and the vegetation regrows, what the silt fence isn't catching tends to go away when some new growth is planted. So I think the applicant has put together the best application he can for the division of this farm. He's made accommodations to accommodate the fire department and to make sure they have access to a sufficient space to be able to get off the road to fill their truck from a new hydrant that will serve not only his development but other houses in the area. I urge this commission to vote favorably on this application.
Thank you, Attorney Sims. Any other questions for the applicant or by the commission?
Ben, just for the record, how's that property laid? There's been some questions.
Ben, do you want to come up to the microphone?
Going which way?
It's typical of the northern part of the county. It's got a lot of hills and they're pretty steep. It does kind of drain back from Barkley. Barkley's kind of high at that point, and I'm sure it does drain back, and I guess towards Mr. Bird's.
All of it drains back there. It's a valley like that. And it kind of curves right back in there.
With your place being the low point?
Yeah, my place been a low point on 2 different.
And yours? Okay, thank you.
And there would probably be no requirement for silt fence. These are ag parcels. Any one of them could plow up 100% of their ground and plant crops, and nobody's putting in silt fence.
Well, then the silt just goes up my pond.
Thank you. Any other questions by the commission?
I'm going to steal some of Mr. Mifflin's thunder here. Parcel 5, just to address some of the concerns out loud. I realize it is 15 acres. However, with the scant amount of road frontage there, and you all can educate me further, would they only be able to get maybe one entrance in there anyway? So if it were ever divided further, those people would really, really have to like each other and share a drive, and not everybody really, really likes each other. So that would be pretty rare, if at all. Sir?
Hold on, Mr. Bird, we gotta come back to the microphone each time, because it's both videotaped and audio taped.
Well, they can do like, Mr. Kelly and I have worked out before. I owned a piece of property, my wife and I did, on 6608 Muddy Ford. We sold him access to get to a piece of property that was completely isolated. So.
Right, yeah, exactly. They would
That
still
can
have to
happen
share
again.
Yeah, they would have to share a single entrance.
Yeah.
I'm just, if nothing else, you would only have one driveway there. I would be, of course, again, I can't speak to the future, but that would have to be the scenario, and it'd be uncommon.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Other comments, questions, concerns? Anybody else in the audience like to speak? All right, well, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application based on staff recommendation.
So we got a motion by Mr. Shirley.
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Smith. Again, we'll do a roll call. Mr. Shirley?
Yes.
Mr. Mifflin?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mrs. Singer?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Motion passes. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming out there. Next on the agenda is the Singer property. PSP 2022-14. I think we're also gonna do it all in one, PDP 2022-15, PDP 2022-24. Matthew?
Thank you.
Oh, and for the record, we need to note that Mrs. Singer's stepping away and recusing herself on this application.
As you mentioned, this is 3 applications. The first part that we'll discuss is a preliminary subdivision plat. That plat would be to create 74 single-family lots, establish public right-of-way, and to create 151 townhome lots. And then there are 2 development plan applications that are part of this project as well. Combined, they would create 151 townhomes for those townhome lots that the preliminary plat discusses. It would allow for a 90-unit senior living building, and then some amenities. I think the application showed a clubhouse and a dog park area and a pool. The project site is located at 822 Cincinnati Road and is zoned R2 PUD. That's a medium-density residential zoning district. That was approved. The rezoning of the property and annexation was approved, I believe, late last year. There were some waivers that were approved at the time of the zone change, since it was a PUD. I guess just so we're all using the same language. When I say PUD, it's a planned unit development. Usually those type of zoning districts allow for some flexibility in the design of the project site. Usually some waivers or variances to the lot sizes and widths in exchange for greater amounts of open space or other amenities. So this site was approved as a PUD with the waivers that I list there at the top of page 2 of the staff report, including some reductions in the lot size, some allowances for 7-unit townhome buildings instead of 6, things of that nature. The surrounding properties are zoned A1, it's our agricultural zoning district, R3, which is our high-density residential zoning district, and P1B, which is an office zoning district. And in total, the site is about 57 acres. And as we'll show, about 7 acres of what they're planning is set aside for right-of-way, leaving about 50 acres of net area for lots and residential units. Access to the site is from Cincinnati Road. It's a state-controlled road, US 25. And the net density that they're showing does conform with the 11.45 units per net acre that they showed on the concept plan at the time of the zone change. This image shows just in the zoning of the current of the site. I put the star there on the project site. The sort of whitish green areas that you can see are the agricultural properties that adjoin the project site. The greenish area is Cardome. It has a P1B zoning, and then the colony to the west has an R3 high-density residential zoning. This is an aerial image of the site, just so you can kind of see where the project site sits in relation to some of the surrounding properties. I know we showed the same image at the time of the zone change, but you can see the project site is bounded on the east by Cincinnati Pike. As I mentioned, Cardome is sort of to the south and to the east. You've got the colony to the west, and then 2 agricultural properties to the north and south. This is the topo of the site. I didn't put the project site boundaries on this one, but you can see there are, if I can point it out, you can see there are some depressed areas on the site, sort of around where you see that 830 mark there. Then there's some additional depressed sites down here near the old railroad line. I'll talk a little bit more about that here in just a minute. This is an overall site, so you can kind of get an idea of this was I guess sort of the cover sheet for the preliminary plat. They broke it up into several sheets just so there would be a little bit of you all would have a little bit easier time seeing some of the detail as far as the single-family lots. But you can see generally the single-family lots are located on the northern side of the property, accessed by a public road coming off of US 25. Sort of that next section to the south is proposed, south of the sinkholes or karst features is proposed to be the townhomes. Not shown and not part of this application. The applicant showed conceptually previously that there would be apartments in the southwest portion of the development, but they're not seeking approval of that at this time. So I'm going to kind of discuss this in the same order that I discussed it in the staff report. So the first thing that I'm going to talk about is the rear access single-family lots. So just so we are on the same page, this is that area if you were turning into the site on the proposed, what the plat labels as Road A, you were turning into the site from US 25. These would be those first lots that are to the right. Generally, these are smaller single-family lots than the rest of the development. These ones are the ones where that would be roughly around that minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet that they got approval for at the time of the zone change. So the dark blue lines represent the public road that would come in off US 25. They're proposing at this point a boulevard cross-section. The lighter blue lines there on the drawing show the private street network that would provide access to those lots. I kind of included the orange directional arrows just so you all can get a sense of the direction that the houses in this area would face, just because they are proposing rear access lots. So the lots sort of on the southern side of this area would face that entrance boulevard. The lots on the north side of the private access roads would face north towards the agricultural property to the north. I did note in the staff report that in the drawing that we received at corrections, Lot 2 does not meet our minimum lot size. I've discussed that with the applicant, and they've corrected that issue. I do note in the staff report that any lots that they intend to plat as buildable lots will need to abide by that minimum 5,000 square foot area. I'm just going into my staff report. So the minimum lot width on all of these lots is 45 feet wide. The applicant is requesting that as a waiver as part of this preliminary subdivision plat. And as I kind of discussed at workshop, and I'll reiterate here, these are smaller lots than we see a lot of times. for single-family developments. But due to the nature of the PUD, we're willing to give the developer some flexibility in exchange for some of those open spaces and things. This drawing is not one that's included in your packet, but I did talk to the applicant. They provided this drawing showing that, they have house floor plans that fit all of the lots that are proposed here as part of this application. They mentioned that, the lots that they showed on here are the largest of the floor plans that they would include on these lots, and that, the lots are all buildable while maintaining 7.5-foot setbacks. They are requesting, as I'll show on this slide, they are requesting some additional waivers to help with some of the lots that would be triple frontage lots, and I think that those waivers are reasonable. Triple frontage lots in any neighborhood often become difficult to build upon unless they're just, outlandishly larger than the rest of the lots in the neighborhood. So as the applicant is requesting that lots 3, 4, 12, and 15, those are the triple frontage lots, have their setbacks from the private streets measured at 8 feet from the curb. I'm agreeable to that. They're also requesting that lots 2 and 3 have basically a rear yard setback that's a 0 lot line, and I'm agreeable to that as well. So lots 2 and 3 are the lots that are the furthest to the right there, that would face that boulevard. You can see that, with the largest home footprint that they would propose on those lots, the garages do back up to the private access road. I'm just trying to make sure, see if I had any other notes. I do actually. So while the applicant has demonstrated to me that these smaller lots are buildable, I do want to stick with that same sort of caution and condition that I mentioned at workshop, that the applicant is sort of taking a little bit of risk in platting lots this small. The staff will not recommend support of any variances to these lots should the applicant run into difficulty in building on them later if there's something unforeseen comes up. So the result is that the applicant may, if something unforeseen comes up, the applicant may lose buildable lots in this area. We do recommend, since these homes on the northern side of the private street face an adjoining property that's not part of this application, that the applicant install a landscaping buffer that would be consistent with a multifamily adjoining an agricultural zone. I kind of outlined the area that would be applicable there in green, and that's mostly because, these homes would face that agricultural property. That property would, lose even, even if it is only a perceived sense of privacy on that land. I also think that, I know that property to the north in the comprehensive plan is planned as urban residential, so if it was to develop at some point in the future, it's important to protect those, future property owners as well, and make sure that somebody's backyard doesn't have, the front of somebody's house staring down into it. Moving on to discuss the more typical suburban single-family lots that are proposed as part of this development. These are our lots 17, 18, 20 through 39, and 41 through 61. These lots are at least 6,000 square feet in size. They average almost 8,000 square feet in size. All the lots are a 55-foot minimum lot width, and they show setbacks. I think it was 20-foot setbacks as was approved at the time of the zone change. I do note here that there are 3 lots where they're corner lots, and the setback on one of the corners needs to be adjusted back, but I think that was more of a drafting error than an attempt to further reduce the setbacks. These lots are all proposed to have access from public streets. The applicant is proposing a road stub to the north to the adjoining property, should that property ever develop. That way we can continue to have interconnectivity between neighborhoods or developments. I don't have a lot of notes on in the staff report or comments in the staff report on this section because it largely complies with our regulations. The townhome lots are shown here on this slide. Once again, the dark blue lines on this represent the public road network that's proposed with this application. The light blue lines represent the sort of the private street network, or the private access easements that would serve the townhome lots. So basically, the public roads would just, in this section of the development, would allow for traffic to move through the development, and then once people are looking to park, they would pull off of the public streets onto the private easements and find parking spaces or garages, things of that nature. All the lots meet our requirements as far as the lot widths that were approved at the time of the zone change, and I don't have any. I don't really have any concerns with this. I did note in the staff report, and the applicant has agreed, there is one sort of extraneous lot there that is not intended to be a residential lot, so lot 232 will be, would not show up on any future plats as a buildable lot. My other notes here before we move on to the development plan concern a couple of different areas. You know, the road that provides access to the development, Road A, as it's shown in the plan, comes in as a boulevard, and slowly as it works its way back through the development, sort of narrows down and tapers down. Some of the preliminary grading, we'll need some work on that. That's an issue that will get handled later at the construction plan phase, and those details get finalized at that time. We do note here in the staff report that Road F, which comes off of that Road A and provides access to most of the townhome area before winding south to the adjoining property to the south, probably should be a continuous road for its entire length, just a little bit wider than a local road, just because, you know, it will eventually handle the traffic from the apartments should they develop, and possibly the property to the south is to develop as well. I guess while we discuss that road, I have a lot of discussion in the staff report about sort of the end of Road F and how it intersects with that property to the south. And the applicant did provide us with a revised plan for that road, and I've kind of shown it here in the slide. Originally, and I kind of overlaid this on the contour on the topographic map. Originally, the road was intended to intersect at this, roughly where I've got the arrow there on the left, which is part of why I had so many concerns. You can see the steepness of the slopes there. So basically, when you look at a topographic map, when there's a lot of lines that are close together, that indicates an area that's very steep. So as you can see, it was originally intended to intersect with or stub out at the adjoining property at an area that was very, very steep. You've also got, you can't see it very well, you've got the North Elkhorn Creek that's sort of to the left of this image here. So what the applicant has done since the staff report was written was sort of revise where that would intersect. And it's roughly in this area that's with the arrow on the right. It's a much better location. Staff doesn't have as many concerns with this location. You can kind of see here on this drawing that was provided by the applicant that, you know, it is feasible for this road to stub down to that adjoining property owner without causing some of those same issues. You know, we wouldn't run into an issue where a public road had a lot of maintenance problems or was difficult for the city to maintain in the future with a location like this. As far as the intersection with US 25, the applicant is showing turn lanes on 25. This was a condition at the time of the zone change. It was identified in the traffic impact study as something that was needed for the development to be viable. So I'm glad that the applicant is showing the turn lanes. I do note also that we do need a sidewalk along US 25 as part of this project. As you all know, you know, there are many areas in Scott County and Georgetown where sidewalks are needed but are not in place, and we typically ask for those as those properties develop. So this property is developing at this time, so it would be appropriate for them to construct the sidewalk on their side of the road. As far as the preliminary development plans, this is the drawing for the north, what they're calling the North Townhomes and the clubhouse development. So I've kind of, once again, sort of consistent with how I drew the rear access lots. I kind of showed arrows on the drawing just so you can get an idea of which direction these townhomes are going to face. They will all have rear access garages. So the front of the townhomes, you'll just see the front door, windows, things of that nature. You won't have to look at, garages every 20 feet or so. So I think the way that they've laid it out, you'll have a nice streetscape as you come through the development. You'll see the front of the townhomes. All of the parking will be in the rear. The lots that are, I guess, the townhome units that are more towards the west will face each other, and there'll be a nice courtyard area in between with some open space for the residents. The purple rectangle that I've included there on the drawing outlines where the applicant is proposing a pavilion. The blue rectangle represents the pool area, and then the reddish-orange color represents where the applicant is proposing their clubhouse. There will be a parking lot south of the clubhouse to serve it. All of the apartments have, not apartments, but all of the townhomes have an appropriate amount of parking and landscaping in accordance with our regulations. The applicant is setting aside and not proposing development in any of the sinkhole or karst areas that are to the north of the townhomes, and they are showing an 8-foot path of some kind. I assume it will be paved, but it's not indicated on the plan, but an 8-foot path that will sort of loop around one of those open space slash sinkhole areas, but then also connect in with the sidewalk network of the rest of the site. This drawing shows us the south townhomes and the senior living area. Once again, we've got arrows indicating which way all of these units will face, and once again, the applicant has allowed those units to face the public street with all of the parking in the rear. So once again, we should have nice streetscapes as part of the development. You can see the road stub that would stub out to the Cardone property to the east. The green rectangle represents a proposed dog park as part of the development. And then there's a dark green line that runs along the west side of the boulevard shown there on the site. And that represents sort of that continuation of that 8-foot path that was on the northern townhome side of the development. Once again, the townhome section meets all of our parking requirements. It meets all of our landscaping requirements. The applicant is also showing there at the southern end a senior living facility. At the time of the zone change, they were approved to have a 90-unit townhome building. Typically, we would only allow a maximum of 6 units in a single building. They did receive a waiver to allow for a 90-unit building at the time of the zone change. And they are asking for a waiver to reduce the parking minimum for this site to one parking space per unit. Staff supports this waiver. I think it is a reasonable request. If additional parking was needed by the development, the boulevard cross-section that they're showing coming to the senior living site does allow for street parking. It's wide enough to allow for parking on. The one thing I will note with this is that, and I mentioned in the staff report, it's that it's something that I missed when this project came through for technical review, is that there is a landscaping buffer that'll be needed along that southern boundary south of the senior living. That's just our buffer that we require anytime that a medium density residential adjoins an agricultural zone property. So I've sort of indicated there in green along the southern boundary where that would be. I did want to also note, because I discussed it in the staff report once again, I did take some issue with buildings 11 and 12 in the staff report, townhome buildings. At the time that the plans were submitted to us, they were showing parking spaces having direct access from proposed public road. We had some discussions with the applicant, and they have since revised that. They are now showing those will also be rear access buildings, will not have direct road parking space access to the public street. So I don't have any issues with that, and some of my comments on that in the staff report, I suppose, could be ignored. So I do recommend approval of the preliminary subdivision plat and the development plans. I recommend approval of the 3 waivers that are listed there on the screen. I will note that waiver number 3 is different than what is listed in the staff report. I've had more discussions with the applicant about sort of the function of those rear access single-family lots, and we've kind of come to an agreement as far as what setback reductions seem reasonable to both sides. So what's on the screen and what I discussed before is sort of the result of that discussion, and it should match what's in the written conditions of approval that Charlie has. So as far as the conditions, I will kind of go through some of these just because they are lengthy and detailed. Condition 1 is very standard. We put that with all, the applicant has to comply with our local zoning and regs and subdivision regulations. Condition 2 is a carryover from the time of their zone change. We placed a limit of 150 units before they made a second off-site connection to a public road. I sort of carried that condition forward, but my understanding is that the applicant would like to have further discussions with the commission about that this evening. Condition 3 is, sort of requires them to construct those turn lanes that they're showing on the plan. Condition 4 addresses the need for the sidewalk along US 25. Condition 5, I have made a slight adjustment to. It deals with staff not recommending approval of any variances on the rear access lots. And I changed the wording slightly because I realized that my wording that's in the staff report, I guess in a way sounded as though staff would approve it or disapprove variances, and that's not accurate. That would be either the Planning Commission or the Board of Adjustment. Condition 6 requires a landscaping buffer between the project site, the rear access lots, and the property to the north. Condition 7 deals with that sort of extraneous lot 232 not being platted as a residential lot. I have struck condition 8. Condition 8 was placed in the staff report originally because we had some concerns about that intersection location with the property to the south for Road F. Since the applicant has sort of adjusted where that'll intersect, I don't have the same concerns, and I feel like that condition can be struck. Condition 9 requires that all recorded easements be shown on development plans and plats going forward. So if the applicant was to file, final development plans or final subdivision plats, all easements have to be shown on that. Condition 10 reminds the applicant about the spacing between townhouse buildings. Condition 11 and 12 sort of address an issue that's been corrected, but I think it's important to keep the condition in there just to sort of re-emphasize the point that we don't want any parking spaces to have direct access to public roads. Condition 13 addresses retaining walls that might be required to construct the entrance road off of US 25 and make sure that all those retaining walls will be off public right-of-way, allowing for maintenance without impacting or with minimal impact on the roads. And then once we get into condition 14 through 19, those are standard conditions that we would apply, things like pre-construction meetings, compliance with our digital submittal requirements of plats and plans, and things of that nature. And that's all that I have at this time.
Any questions for Matt by the commission?
Matt, on this sheet right here.
Yes.
That shows all the survey pins down through here. About where's that location of was the road adjusted to?
Where the road is adjusted to. My guess would be it might be around L28, but I'm not 100%
Okay.
sure. I can give you I can,
So it's up about 30 and 31 now, or originally,
yes,
and they brought it down to
yes.
128 area,
Yeah,
okay.
and I can, if you would like, I've got an 11 by 17 that shows sort of their proposed alignment now, if you'd like to.
No, that'd get me just the general vicinity there.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Matt? By the commission?
You said something about the road after recommended being as wide as Road 8.
Sorry, say that one.
Road F
Mhm.
being wider or as wide as A to be a main thoroughfare to add into all this?
As wide as a particular section of A, so like A starts as
Right,
a
not
really
where the
wide
split is.
boulevard and then sort of narrows down as it gets further back.
Right, but match up to the narrower part.
Yeah,
Right. So on here, it doesn't show that, but that's what you're recommending?
yes,
Gotcha. Yeah,
yes.
I agree with that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Matt by the commission? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
I'd like to bring up the applicant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dick Murphy. I'm pleased today to be representing Anderson Communities. And we're setting up here behind me, and we do have a real brief PowerPoint with some of the exhibits, and some of them will describe some of those questions about where the road comes in and that sort of thing. We also have paper copies, which we'll get to you as soon as we get the PowerPoint started up and running here on that. With me tonight is Dennis Anderson, who's head of Anderson Communities, as you well know. Tony Barrett of Barrett Partners, our landscape architect. Mike Kraft, our development director. And we've got Eddie Mest of Prime Engineering Group. The engineers are trying to set up the PowerPoint there for you, which is good. Steve Garland from Prime Engineers is here as well. And we're very pleased to be presenting this to you. There we go. As background, you all heard this back in September, 7 months ago, in September. Oh, good, okay, and September 9th, you heard the zone change on this. So you've made the decisions about what type of houses and dwelling units are going to be on the property. We're following up now with the two preliminary development plans and a preliminary subdivision plan. If you approve these tonight, that actually doesn't give us the right to start building, because we have to come through with our construction plans and final development plans that will be reviewed by your staff. But this is the next step in what we showed you 7 months ago. I wanted to show you a little bit about what this is about. We talked a lot about rear-loaded streets and rear-loaded houses, and this is an example of what Anderson Communities built in Versailles Woodridge development. This has single-family detached. And I think you can see from here how having rear-loaded, that is the cars coming in from the behind the houses, adds to the streetscape here. You don't have driveways. When you walk up and down, you're not worried about cars coming out. There we go. The next one, this is in Lexington. This is the Townley development. This again has rear access streets. These are single family. There's townhouses down the way as well. These are photographs. These are not artist's creation on them. Next we have townhomes. These are in the McConnell's Trace subdivision in Lexington. These are townhomes, maybe similar here. Again, you can see they're rear loaded, and that really improves the streetscape. With the changes that Mr. Summers mentioned on those, we had two sets of 6 or 7 townhomes that we're going to have parking in the front. We've changed those to put those in the rear. So now all our townhouse units will be rear loaded, like you're seeing in this picture. All of them will be rear loaded. Next, the final picture I have, this is from Georgetown. This is Emerson. I mentioned this, I put this in here because one of the benefits of having the PUD is extra open space that everybody can enjoy. You don't have just your backyard. You have your backyard, but you have what we're showing here is the swimming pool, which Mr. Summers showed you on the plan. We have an indoor fitness center, a community building. We have 8-foot trail that Mr. Summers mentioned. In addition to sidewalks, we have networked green spaces that you can go to. We have a passive open space. We have a bird watching area. We have a dog park, and I'm sure I'm leaving some of that, but you're going to get to use those as open space in this community, not just your backyard. We'll have the boulevard-style entrance as well. And an important feature of this is our proximity to Cardome, religious institution. They have a private school there. We have the Senior Citizen Center right next door to us. Our senior housing is right close to the Senior Citizen Center, so hopefully if you live there, you'll be able to walk over to the Senior Citizen Center. We're close to public schools, as you know, and other amenities around there as well. Mr. Summers mentioned a number of the issues. We have worked diligently with him over the last few weeks and the staff to resolve most of these issues, and as you heard from talking with him, we have resolved most every issue that was involved with the questions about the layout of the property. Our lots, I think, meet what the staff was requesting now. We've come to an agreement on setbacks on some of those ones that have 2 or possibly 3 frontages. We've worked that out. We have in the entrance area of this, we have the north-facing lots and the landscape area, which was mentioned. We've taken care of those 2 townhouse units. We're going to have the buffer to the south, not only to the north, but on the south side of the property, we'll have a landscape buffer. And so we've got a couple left over. We've actually resolved the roadway access into the property to the south, but I wanted to mention that to you in a minute here. Oops, went too far. Okay. This is the exhibit showing in the purple or blue and green the access road going into the property to the south. That's what Mr. Summers showed you as well, but this shows the whole width of our property along the back side there. The blue or purple portion goes down to where we were showing it going into the Bevins property on our zone change concept plan. Now, it went down just a little further. It curved down to the Bevins property at that point, but that's the way we showed it at that time. As Mr. Summers has mentioned, on studying the topography a little bit more, that was not the best place to put it. So what we're showing here is the additional road which Mr. Anderson will be constructing to intersect with the Bevins property to the south. Now you can see he's building about 465 extra feet of roadway to make that extension into the Bevins property at the place where it can meet all the grade and specifications that you all put in your subdivision regulations. Of course, this will be reviewed by Mr. Krebs and your staff as well to make sure that that's the appropriate place for it. And I just wanted to point out too, I've got the measurement of that top blue part, the 571 linear feet, just to mention that from almost the top of that blue part, we have a driveway in, but most all that road is built for the sole purpose of supplying access to the Bevins property. Now that's going to be a full 50-foot wide right-of-way, which is what's required by your subdivision regulations. It'll have the full pavement. It's going to be built by Mr. Anderson to supply the access into the Bevins property. So that's how we resolved that. I want to mention too, you've probably heard, and especially if you were at the workshop on Monday, there's a issue about an old easement going over the Singer property to the Bevins property. And that is subject of court litigation right now as to whether it exists or whether it's been abandoned or doesn't exist or whatever on there. We as Anderson Communities are not involved in it. There's a lawsuit involving the Singer family and the Bevins family over that. But the The location of that is on the east side of the property. It goes right here, I'll just point out, up this property line, right there. It's 30 feet wide there's a old 1900 document indicating there's a 30-foot wide passway there. And as you can see, we have kept that area open. And we did that on purpose because in case there's a court decision saying that does exist, it has not been abandoned, we can show it there. Now, the staff has asked us in one of their conditions to go a little farther than that. They've asked us to show all recorded easements on the property, and we will show that, but we will do it with a note. We don't want to step into the middle of their controversy, and you all probably don't either, but we'll put a note on there, subject to approval of Mr. Perkins, saying that showing that easement doesn't mean it exists or doesn't exist. That will be determined in the litigation, which is now pending in Scott Circuit Court. And once Scott Circuit Court makes a decision on it, we will show whatever that is on our subsequent plats. If the Scott Circuit Court says doesn't exist anymore, we won't show it. If Scott Circuit Court says, hey, it exists, it's 30 feet wide, we'll show that on there. We'll do what the judge says on there. So we have the room, we'll show it on there, the location of it, but with that note, because we don't want to prejudice anybody's rights in that litigation by saying, yeah, it does, no, it doesn't, and I'm sure you all don't either. But we will show that on there. Now, to be honest about it, I'm not so sure why they're fighting about it so much, since we're showing a 55-foot modern paved road going in to the Bevins property. I'm not sure they need it anymore, but that's not for me to say whether they need it or not. They're litigating over that in Scott Circuit Court, and Scott Circuit Court will make that decision. We wanted to talk to you about one other item, and that is the number of units on there. Of course, you have a ordinance, subdivision regulation, that says that before we go above 200 single-family houses or 100 multifamily, we will have a second entrance to a public street. We had some discussion about this at the zone change, and we got looking at it, and there's two reasons for a requirement of that for the second public access. One is public safety. You want to be able to get emergency vehicles in and out of the subdivision. And the second is general traffic flow in the subdivision. We've been researching this, and we talked to the Division of Fire, the fire department here in Georgetown, and they have said that they are satisfied at this time if we have a second emergency gate in and out until such a time as we get a second public road in and out. There's an email from Mr. Thompson in there from the Georgetown Fire Department. I'll just read 2 sentences out of it. He says, I am not speaking for all emergency services or trying to override any ordinance or opinion from the Georgetown-Scott County Planning Commission, but having a gated second entrance would be sufficient for us as long as it was able to accommodate the size of our vehicles. We have the ability to place a lock on the gate that only we can open, so that it would be used exclusively for emergency services. Now, we have 2 options for doing that. We can go either through the Singer's property. As you know, they're retaining 11 acres where the old house is, which has a driveway out to 25. Now, under our plan, that would be gated off. We'll be giving them a new driveway onto our boulevard, but that gate onto 25 can be locked, as Mr. Thompson is mentioning, with a lock that only the fire department can open, so they can get in and out if there's an emergency situation and for some reason they can't get in and out of the boulevard. Or the other option is to have a gated entrance into the Cardone property. So for public safety purposes, in consultation with the fire department, we think we have that resolved. Obviously, we'll have a second, hopefully, road entrance at some point in the development. The other reason is for general traffic flow. And we looked at the traffic generation here. This chart shows you the number of trips, because the important thing is how many cars are out there, because it's talking about traffic. It's not the number of front doors you have, it's the number of cars that you have. So we looked at the traffic generation figures. These are taken from the Institute of Traffic Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which is the Bible of traffic. That institute takes traffic counts all over the country. Their members take counts and send them in to saying how many trips are generated and what time and that sort of thing. We found from this chart, you can see from 200 single-family units, and we took the PM peak hour, the afternoon peak hour, which has the greatest volume of traffic. So we said, how many trips would be generated in the PM peak hour? And 200 single-family houses would generate 198 trips during that PM peak hour. Then we said, well, let's look at what we're showing to you on these first two development plans. Granted, this isn't the whole development. This is the first two development plans. We're showing single-family townhomes and senior living. The apartments are not on this phase. During the peak hour, those uses combined generated 188 trips during that peak hour, 10 trips less than 200 single-family houses would have. Now, we also checked the AM peak hour, which does not have as great a traffic load as the PM peak hour. In that case, 200 single-family houses would generate 152 trips. Our development would do 166, so we're only 14 off on that one. So we feel very strongly that the purpose behind this, we understand the restriction. We didn't want to have the restriction on us, but it is, and we recognize that. But we understand also the reason we feel we're fulfilling the reason for those limitations, and the number we have on this is equivalent to the number that the ordinance requires. So we're asking that these two units that we're showing to you be deemed to be able to go forward now. Obviously, we would not be able to go forward with other parts of this until we have the second access to a public street. But we do have the second emergency access, and we're not generating any more traffic than 200 single-family houses would generate. And I guess, you can say, well, why do townhouses generate less traffic than single-family? And that's because fewer kids live in townhomes. The families generally are in single-family, so you don't have kids going to soccer and music practice and school plays and all that stuff that you have with kids. Obviously, our senior living won't have any kids at all, and senior living generates a lot less traffic because hopefully we'll have a lot within walking distance, but because they have van transportation in and out and that sort of thing. So we feel very strongly that we're meeting the intent of that restriction on here, and we're asking that we be able to go ahead and start work on these two units, recognizing that we still have that limitation when we go beyond these. I think I've told you what we need to tell you about this development plan. As I said, Mr. Summers has gone through it, and I think we've complied with all those issues. We wanted to discuss the limitation issue with you, which I have. We'd be happy to answer any questions, and Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve time to respond to issues that may come up. But in conclusion, I hope you see that Dennis and all of us working with him have devoted a lot of time and energy to come up with this development. And the thing we like about these developments is it's a place that all age groups can enjoy. I mean, people like me, baby boomers, generation X, Y, Z, millennials, all you're going to find them here. And some of the nice things about this is if you like the area but want to change your living arrangements, you can change from a single-family house to a townhouse, or you can go into the senior living facility there. It's there, and you don't have to break your social ties, your ability to go to the senior center or go to your church in this area. So we're very, very pleased with this, and we thank you for the time you've spent going over this, and we in particular thank the staff for the time they've spent in going over this too. We spent a lot of time on it as well, and we hope you can see that our efforts have turned out successfully. And again, we'd be happy to answer any questions you all might have, and make comments on any other comments people might have about this. Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
questions for Attorney Murphy from the commission? Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
I guess now we'll open it up for comments by any of the audience. Mr. Bevan's attorney, Mrs. Bevins, and Mrs. Bevins' attorney. Oh, yeah, come on up, sir.
Mr. Perkins, I was out in the hallway when you asked everyone to raise their right hand. Would you care to swear me in?
I won't joke about wasting my time.
Don't do it.
I'm always honest, even if you don't swear me in.
You swear affirm the statement you're about to make with the truth, the best of your information and belief.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I do have a PowerPoint, Matt. Could you actually put yours, the PSP up first before you put my PowerPoint up? So, some of Mr. Murphy said I want to address first. Oh. Hmm? I was going to say ladies and gentlemen, but gentlemen of the commission, as you know, my name is Nathan Billings. I'm an attorney in Lexington with Billings Law Firm, and it's my pleasure this evening to represent Dr. Clint Bevins and his wife Margaret with respect to the application by Anderson Communities for a preliminary subdivision plat and 2 preliminary development plans. Before I go into my formal presentation, thank you, that's perfect. Before I go into my formal presentation, I want to ask a question for clarification because you've heard some about it in the workshop, and I thought you would actually hear that information tonight, but it wasn't presented. And that is there's a discussion, and one of the central issues that we're going to talk about tonight is whether what Anderson Communities agreed to at the zone change, which was 150 units until there's a second means of access to the right-of-way, not emergency access, but a second means of right-of-way access that they agreed to, whether that should be complied with or whether they should now get to increase that by 210%. What the discussion was is that they wants to have an emergency access to US 25 in some way that would allow them to go out of what they already agreed to. What I thought we would hear tonight, which we didn't, is where's that access going to be located? And so I sort of expected it would be in the presentation, and the reason I asked that is you all seen this plan originally back in September, you've seen it in a workshop, but if you look at the property, and I guess the light, this one doesn't have a laser, does it?
It
I'll
does,
point
but
out.
it won't work on the screen.
So, if you look at the property, you can't access 25 to the north with emergency access. You can't access it anywhere to the west of the colony. You can't access it to the south because that's the Bevan property that we're going to talk about the right-of-way access. You can't access it to the, what I would call the southeast of the Cardone. You really only have a small parcel up in this corner to access 25. So the secondary fire access is literally going to be limited to about the first 200 or 300 feet off of US 25, which isn't really a second fire access. That's presented something that I've missed. So it's almost illusory to act like there's a second fire or emergency access, when in fact it won't access probably the most important thing in the neighborhood, which is the senior living facility, with a second emergency access. The second emergency access is really just a release valve at the front of the subdivision. That's the only way to place it. They haven't shown a drawing where they propose it, but logic would lead us to believe that's the only potential area it could be. And even if they try to move it down a little bit, it's still not going to provide access to the highest density areas of the development, which is why staff recommends now which is why staff recommended in September, which is why you all voted in September, and why the city council approved a zone change based upon a condition of approval for 150 units until there's a second way to access a public right-of-way to either Cincinnati Pike or for some other roadway system that's developed in the future. All right, Matt, how can I switch to the next slide? Yes, sir.
I mean, that's damn near grounds to postpone it there.
So,
It's gonna come a matter of. Yeah, up here.
thank you. So this is an unusual application before you all because you're actually hearing 3 cases in once tonight as a combined case. Normally, you hear a preliminary development plan or preliminary subdivision plan. Sometimes you might hear a preliminary subdivision plan and preliminary development plan together, but it's not typical that you actually hear a preliminary subdivision plan and 2 areas of development within inside of it for a preliminary. I mean, you usually hear a preliminary subdivision plan and maybe a preliminary development plan as part of it. But tonight you're hearing 2 areas of development inside the whole. Now, there was a statement said that they can't do anything without further actions taken in the future off of the approvals tonight. And that's partially correct, but it's not exactly correct. And the reason is a preliminary subdivision plan allows an applicant to go and submit drawings to staff and to work with staff to get them approved without any public hearing in the future and without any planning commission input or consent in the future. The development plans, being preliminary in nature, do require a final development plan to come back to you. But a preliminary subdivision plat allows a developer, and this is why you do this, is to set out the road locations and certain other infrastructure that they submit plans to staff without any notice to other parties, especially in this case involving a road that would access the Bevan property. Agree to construction plans of which we have no notice. Negotiate topography, geography, water issues, grading issues, and there's never any notice to the public again. So it's generally true that they have to come back to you all for approvals for the 2 preliminary development plans regarding the northern section for single family and townhomes and the southern section for townhomes in the senior center. But it's not exactly accurate to say or to imply that anything on the preliminary subdivision plan is going to come back to you, because it doesn't have to. So, for example, if there's a problem with the southern roadway that has been developed in the last 48 hours with no study of any engineering drawings, of any topography, of any grading, of any steep slopes, of any creek beds, it doesn't come back to you all by default. It doesn't give notice to the property that will be expected to use that road. So these are examples of why in my presentation I'm going to focus on a couple of things and ask for your attention. And contrary to what you may believe, I'm not going to ask for disapproval tonight. If you recall, I didn't ask for disapproval at the zone change stage. What I'm going to ask for is what should be done tonight, which is really simple. There are so many problems with the plan at this point. You should recommend or you should postpone the applications. Not because the development shouldn't be built, but when is the last time that you remember having a page, 19 conditions, that staff said there's still issues with the development? And this is the reason this happens. When you have a small project, it's very easy to deal with 3 or 4 or 5 issues and make the changes from the application stage to the technical review stage to the workshop stage until tonight. But when you have a massive project this big with 3 plans that are consolidated, what happens is all of the little details that staff has pointed out, I'm going to read some of them to you, they start to get overlooked and they start to get pushed down the road. The can starts to get kicked for resolution later on. And you all have done this long enough to know the problem when that happens. You can't unring the bell. So my request for you all tonight is not for you to deny any of these applications. It's for you to postpone them with some resolutions of some of the things that still need to be done. So one of the challenges as a neighboring applicant in a case like this is Dr. Bevan doesn't want the north property developed. That's not a secret. But he also understands the reality that it's going to be developed. These are two parcels, 71 acres for the Singer property, 130 acres on the Bevins property, that are about as close to downtown Georgetown as you can get, that will save hundreds of green space farm acres farther out from the city center. The problem is, when we do this, we have to make sure that technical things that are approved by the commission are done in a way that don't create unintended consequences. So our request tonight is that you, one, require the easement to be added to the PSP as part of your postponement for them to come back. Number two, the roadway has been relocated by the drawing, is going to be to postpone so we can have sufficient time to review the engineering details, of which there's none yet. And finally is the 150 units should be kept based on what you all voted on and approved back in September. You've sort of got the aerial of the property at this point. You know where the Singer property is. Of the 71 acres, about 57 is to be developed. You know where the Bevins property is. It consists of a 125-acre farm and a 5-acre house parcel. You know, the southern property, and this is why this right-of-way issue is important for context. The Bevins property is down here on a peninsula. It's bounded all the way on the south by the creek. It's bounded on the north by the Singer property. It's bounded on the east by a parcel of the city of Georgetown. The northeast is Cardone. So it doesn't have any right-of-way access. And in fact, while there's a road that you'll see that goes to the city property and the Cardone property, the city owns that road and has not given the Bevins right-of-way, haven't even given them an easement. They have what's called a license. A license just means at any time the city can say, you can't use that road anymore. So I'm very thankful to Mr. Murphy and to Mr. Anderson for their team that since we asked them for the right-of-way starting last June, that that could be in an acceptable location for our property, finally we're at a place tonight where we can start having a conversation that's meaningful about that. I just wish it hadn't taken since last June to get there. The easement that you heard talk about is drawn on a 1966 survey. And you'll see up there in the top corner, Ruth Cooper Osborne. My understanding is that is Mr. Singer's grandmother. And you see down here, Louise Grace Klein, who owns the peninsula. This sort of sets an older view of the property and why, in our opinion, this easement is important. It's because at this point in time, there is no right-of-way built to the Bevins property. At this point in time, there's no guarantee that the right-of-way will be built. There's promises, but there's not a guarantee yet. And this drawing shows clearly where the old roadway is and the old easement is. There's clearly indication of what it is. In fact, the USGIS maps show the location of this road from aerial photography that goes back into the 1920s. But you're not being asked to determine tonight whether there's an easement or not. All you're being asked to say is exactly what your subdivision regs say, which is put it on the plan. I asked Mr. Murphy for the draft note on Tuesday that he suggested for the plan. I've not gotten a draft of it. Why? To me, I don't have any objection to the requirement that you put a note on that's saying, hey, this easement's disputed in this lawsuit. That makes sense. I agreed to it on Monday. I also don't think it's unfair for us to be able to work out a draft note so that no one's rights are prejudiced, not just the rights that he wants to preserve. So one of the things that I think has not been talked about tonight is the importance of your subdivision regulations. Subdivision Regulation 405 specifically provides that every preliminary plan has to conform to the content and format standards of Article 5. That's the bottom portion here. Article 5 specifically says there are certain requirements for every plan. Every plan has to include, and this is the requirement for all easements on plats, all easements have to be on there. Going back in time, and I'm going to just go through this part quickly. This easement's existed since 1900. There's the original deed when the owner of the parcel owned all of this land together. The owner sold the Singer Farm and kept the Southern Peninsula, and as a result, kept the passway to Cincinnati Pike so they could access the Southern Peninsula. What is the Bevins property today? That's gone through every chain of title, to every deed. Again, I'm not going to go through all the history. Through the engineering survey in the 60s that documented the drawing of where it is, and this is the location. I hear Mr. Murphy say that they've reserved the area on the plan for the easement. I've not seen a drawing that demonstrates there is sufficient width between the proposed townhouses and the proposed parking lots on these areas to preserve that easement. I've also not seen a discussion that if that easement is there, how does it affect the setbacks of the townhouse or townhouses that would be in this corner? Are they going to comply with the subdivision regs or not? Oops. So under your own subdivision regulations, and I think we heard agreement from it tonight, all that has to be done is the dotted lines put on the preliminary subdivision plat and all future plats that show the location of the easement, and a note that says this easement's undisputed, and once it's resolved by a final court order, that non-appealable order, that's the determination. You all don't have to determine if I'm right. You don't have to determine if Mr. Singer's attorney right. All you have to do is preserve the issue. I think I've heard agreement from that, but I've still not seen a drawing where they've actually put it on the plat. I also respectfully ask that when that note is prepared, that we're involved in that discussion, because I think that note needs to be evenly worded and not one-sided in nature. So that's the first issue. The second issue is the road. We've already sort of talked about the road down here. You may recall at the zone change stage, it was suggested that he was going to give us an easement in this area. He wanted to take this easement away and move the easement over here. And then at the zone change, when pushed, they finally said, well, we'll give you the area to build a right-of-way. And then when pushed a little bit more at the zone change, they finally said at the very end, the very last thing, and you can check your own minutes to see this, Mr. Murphy finally says, okay, we'll agree to construct the road. And we pointed out to them last summer, the issue with the road in this location where it's proposed on what their plan was they filed back in March was the topography right here. This goes right down into a creek. Workshop that was brought up, they were told this by the TRC in March. They knew this beforehand. They stuck it there anyway. The workshop, staff told them their concerns. They said, we're working on a new location. Their engineer, Mr. Kraft, had been working on that. You recall at the workshop, when you were there, I said, can I get a copy of that? Tuesday, I didn't get a copy of it, so I emailed Mr. Murphy at Tuesday afternoon, late Tuesday afternoon. I'm very thankful to him. He sent me a draft of the new easement location. Easement location, you see the drawing of it. The version I got from email wouldn't copy from the PDF and paste in it, so it's not on my PowerPoint. You saw it in the prior drawing. And it basically shifts the road, as Mr. Summers said, down into this area here. Here's what you've not heard tonight. You heard Mr. Summers say that he's looked at this. He's looked at the new location, and he's okay with it. But here's what we haven't seen. And these may be okay. I don't know. That's why I asked for this information. What is the topography in this area? There's still a 30 to 40-foot drop over that 400 feet. If that's the correct thing, that's a 10% slope, which is not acceptable under the current road county standards for design. Second, one of the questions staff asked is, how about the county's maintenance and upkeep of a road that is located immediately adjacent to a steep slope? Is that acceptable? I don't know. That hasn't been answered. They ask questions. There is an issue about an overhead power utility easement that runs right through here. How is that power easement going to affect the road? Are there overhead power poles that are in that area that could affect the construction of the road? I'm not telling you that the location of the road is in a bad area. I don't know the answer to it yet, is the problem. And because I don't have that information, and we've only learned about it in the last 48 hours, it's impossible for me to get up here to you before you tonight and to recommend approval of a plan that we don't have sufficient information on which could, if this roadway is not in a correct location or has design problems or construction problems, could in fact totally undercut what was promised, which is a right-of-way that is usable to the southern property. And the reason why that's important is eventually you all have 130 acres of green space, much of which can't be developed because there's a power line and there's floodplain area, but it's key development area because you want density inside of Georgetown. You don't want to consume farms on the outside of Georgetown. That's why this is so critical to understand and to do well now, not to approve something that no one has seen anything other than this sketch. So we suggest to you that you should postpone until sufficient information is given to be reviewed regarding the new road. So what's the third issue? The same stuff I talked about on Monday. Third issue is the 150 units. Respectfully to Mr. Murphy's presentation, I always love to hear Mr. Murphy. He is one of my heroes in land use and planning. I have watched him since I've done it for the past 15 years because he is more eloquent than I'll ever be. I love his demeanor and his tone because he's more calm than I can be as a hyped up type A personality. But respectfully, the subdivision regulations don't say anything about traffic count. The subdivision regulations don't say anything about emergency access. They say 200 units single family, multifamily, or 100 single family for lots of reasons. And those reasons are more than those two, and that's why you've codified them. And that's why at the zone change in September, it's a condition that you all put on. And when the zone change went to the city council, they were made of that awareness as well. Staff is recommending the same note tonight. And while Mr. Anderson, through his attorney, may ask you to not enforce that tonight, they've not actually filed a request for a waiver or a variance, to my knowledge, to that request yet. I'm not sure that you can actually give a waiver to that. I'm not sure you could give a variance to that under your regulations, but it hasn't even been properly requested, even if you could. So again, this is the notes from the zone change. I started first on the plat because I wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed on the access issue what was fresh in my mind. But you'll see here, there's no area to provide a second emergency access to 25, except for the first couple hundred feet of the property, which I guess perhaps might serve the first 10 or 12 lots, but not the most important part of the property, which is the back area where the senior living center is. So we think that you all should consider what your rules actually say and enforce what your rules actually say, and not look at evidence of things that your rules don't allow waivers or variances on. The final thing I would tell you is this is an incomplete application. You all read this staff report, I'm sure, and I probably don't do as much land use as Mr. Murphy does, but I do a fair amount of it. I sit on both sides of this. A lot of times I'm for the developer, a lot of times I'm for the opposition. I don't know the last time that I've done a land use case in Scott County where the staff says repeatedly over and over things like, the applicant will need to demonstrate the square feet will not be approved for residential uses. This would be an unusual design for this area. Staff will not support any additional variances. These lots will be pretty tight to the building lots. Staff has questions about the practicality of lots. It does not seem to make sense. Adequate geotechnical analysis has not been provided to the staff. They should not be platted like townhome lots. Staff has expressed concerns about the preliminary road profiles. The grades don't meet the requirements of our regulations. Staff has concerns about the grades, proposed location of road out. That's the south one. They've got one drawing, and that concern was now resolved somehow. They'll need to provide a sidewalk on 25. My suggestion is this needs to be a trail, not a sidewalk. 36-inch or 48-inch concrete path is not good enough to create the interconnected trail system that you'll have a massive plat up in your workshop in the planning office for. It needs to be at minimum a 6-foot wide trail that when trails are built, it can connect to it. All easements to be shown.
Steep slopes proposed are recognized in steep slopes. Applicant has not yet adequately demonstrated stormwater. Geotechnical analysis of all sinkholes is incomplete. Buildings 11 and 12 are unacceptable. I think they may have fixed that one. Without compliant parking, staff recommends against allowing those. Landscape buffers required. Hopefully they've done that now. So those are just a quick list of all of the concerns that staff had in this, some of which have got resolved since Monday night. That's what the purpose of this process is. But what you didn't see is how many of those did we talk about that have not been resolved since Monday night, which is why we again suggest that you all postpone this for this continue to be worked on. So staff has a number of conditions of approval. Again, you know my recommendation for postponement. If you are going to approve this tonight, again, you know my recommendation. You need to make sure that you still enforce the 150 dwelling unit limit until a second full access to right-of-way is provided. The proposed road connection to the south, if you're going to approve it tonight, again, I don't think you should. What you need to require is that we get every single drawing that is done for that roadway location in sufficient time and notice to have our engineer review them. And if there's any concern or disagreement, we can come back to the Planning Commission without leaving it up to the staff level approvals so that that roadway can be protected. Also, what's on staff report is to make sure that the developer does not build part of the road system here. Is build part of the road system and stop here and not finish out the rest of the road system. In other words, my recommendation is that no plat be given for any lots until road F is completed to the property line and properly lined, in the same way that every other road in here would have to be done, so that we're not left with a stub that goes to nowhere. It's not an unreasonable request. I understand Mr. Anderson has been gracious by extending the road 400 feet. Mr. Anderson has one of the highest density projects that's ever been approved in Georgetown for this project. And that's great. It saves us farmland. But I don't want you all to think that it's some gratuitous move, that 400 feet of roadway is some significant cost that's going to break the bank. We've raised this issue since June. We have tried to work since June. We have made this issue abundantly clear about needing to be resolved. And it's a shame that we didn't get the revised plan until Tuesday. I just want to make sure that the road is actually done, and done in a way that makes sense for the people who are actually going to use it and the people who are going to own it, the city of Georgetown. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have for me. I appreciate your all's time tonight. We respectfully ask that you would postpone, but if not, you have heard my comments about what we would ask you to do if you are going to vote to approve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Billings by the commission? Thank you. What I'd like to do now at this point is, I know we have some audience concerns, so what I'll do is bring each of you up individually, state your name and address, and then I'll allow Mr. Murphy and Mr. Billings to answer hopefully some of those questions for y'all. So I know this gentleman, I think, raised his hand first. Come on up.
Could I?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I'd like to ask a question, either of Mr. Murphy or Mr. Singer. The emergency entrance come through the Singer property. There's a entrance that goes right into the old Osborne house, and then there's one closer to Georgetown, right on the Cardone property. Which of those entrances were you planning on using?
We can do either one. There's a driveway in front of the old house that comes out to 25. That's one option. The other one is to hooking into the Cardome Road on the rear of the property.
I think it's Road I is what I read.
Yeah.
That was my question as well.
So we have those options available to us as
Do we have
fire
approval
department.
by Cardone to the connectivity?
It's not on Cardone property. There's an entrance into the Singer property right there beside Cardone, isn't there?
Yes.
That has stone gate.
Yes, sir, that's how,
You'd have to come up here and speak with,
Steve, if you notice, we got a street stubbed into Cardome.
Yes.
And now I haven't talked to them about building something prematurely, but I'll go back and talk to them. I think they'd be in agreement. But they wanted that connection so people from our community could go to church without going out on 25 and back in. We've been talking since the very beginning. On Nathan's comment that the connection was never communicated, it was communicated with the first time I met Dr. and Mrs. Bevins in their dining room, that I would give them a connection through that loop down there. So that's day one. Okay.
So, Mr. Anderson, the question I have real quick is, because I've been looking through these maps over and over again, are you saying it's Road I, which connects to Cardome, not through the farm, but through the, kind of the back of the property, alongside the senior living and the apartment? You're proposing a through road, not an emergency gated access.
It is our intention, and I discussed this reason we show it on the plan, that we'd have connectivity from Cardome and the Singer property.
Through a public street?
Yeah.
Okay, and there's no...
That's a public street,
I don't
nubbin,
think there's anybody here...
right up to the property line of Cardome.
Are you from the church? All right, we'll bring him up real quick. Oh,
Well,
let Charlie finish. I'm sorry, Charlie.
But to have the second emergency entrance that the fire department approved, you don't have to have a second entrance after you have 150 homes. But you're going to have an emergency entrance at some point before that time?
I've not discussed the emergency entrance. We've discussed the road. I would go back and discuss with them. I think we have multiple options.
Okay.
I think we have 3 options. You brought another one before us tonight. Okay.
So, but that emergency entrance, just because we've got an entrance there, how would that road system fit from the second property, or second entrance on the Singer property? Where would that go to?
We're just asking for those 2 plans to be approved. We will not ask for anything else until we get that second entrance. I've been in conversation with the Brown family. You know, they're in no hurry to do anything. I think Mrs. Brown may be here, is she? Yes, she is. Okay. You know, we've discussed with her the development. I've had plans laid out. We don't have an agreement. But we are not asking for anything other than the units we have on these 2 developments. We're not going to proceed with anything else till we have that second entrance.
Mr. Mifflin, for example, if it was on the Singer property, we're supplying a new entrance to the Singer house off of our boulevard. Would come in off from 25 up their driveway through the new entrance to the boulevard.
Okay.
That we're supplying. That's how that one would work. Cardome would be connected elsewhere. So we know how these will be connected, and those would be done at the beginning. So from day one, we'd have that emergency connection made.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
I do want the gentleman from the church to come up, and then, sir, I'll have you come up next.
Do I need to be sworn?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sworn
You swear
at?
that you're about to make the truth, the best information you believe?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Name is Bill Nelson. I live at 104 Stapleton Way here in Georgetown. I'm also the executive director of the Cardome Renaissance Center here in Georgetown as well. We have not, just as a point, we do have a school on Cardome property that's been up and operating this year, which is physically very close to the north entrance to our property. In fact, it's right next to it. I've also been told, I'm not absolutely sure this is correct, but I've been told by our staff that there's a high pressure gas line that runs right smack down the middle of that driveway going into our property. Could be an issue, particularly since I have a school sitting right next to it. Excavating that might be just a small problem. We have not received a formal request from anyone to do anything about our entrance. We're certainly open to discussions within the parameters of our own needs as far as now that the school is sitting right there. and how we would protect the access. We certainly can't have a school with children in it with people having unfettered access, vehicular access onto our school property. That would not work. So any solutions that we might be able to negotiate or discuss, those are really our main parameters. Is we need to make sure that we protect our school kids and that the access to the school remains as restricted as it is to any other school on the property. That's probably our main issue. Also, I'm not sure how far the proposed main entrance is from our existing north entrance. How much, do we know how much distance that is?
Down toward Brown property.
Well, the distance between the main entrance to the subdivision and my north driveway, how far is that going to be? 20 feet? I mean, because you're going to put a turn lane in there, or an access lane in there somewhere, right?
No, it's way on the other end.
It's on the other end of the
Way on
property.
the other end, up toward the Brown property on the other side.
Right, okay.
The other side of the old house, way up.
Cardone is down past the bottom right-hand corner.
Right.
And the entrance will be at that top blue line right off of.
Okay, so that's my southern entrance.
That's you right there.
It doesn't show, well, there it is, Cardone Center North, that's my northern entrance where my school is, right there.
Their entrance would be north of the existing Stinger Drive.
About 600 or 700 feet.
Here, right, all the way up to the top.
Your entrance is gonna be up there. Okay. So we're just looking about perhaps a secondary entrance, skirting along the north, my north driveway.
Property line.
Yeah, the gas line thing just came up. It figures, let's put a shovel in the dirt and you're gonna hit a gas line. But we haven't had anything formal from them yet. We're happy to talk. Anything that we agree to, of course, be approved by our board and, of course, the diocese, who is the actual owner of the property. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Again, what I'll do is start bringing up community people and then attorneys, both take notes and you can answer questions after everybody else gets to speak.
Good evening. My name is Stuart Thayer. I live at 133 Keel Ridge in Georgetown. My main issue that I'm bringing up tonight is a continuation of an issue I brought up in September, and it has to do with the karst geology of the area. In particular, a sinkhole that exists that is not documented or shown on any of the plans that were shown tonight. That sinkhole is right there. And this trail that you see is a runoff from that sinkhole. Now, in September, I mentioned that that sinkhole, during prolonged heavy rains, drains water. And it puddles, or pool, I should say, right down in there. And with extreme rainfall, that pool gets quite large. Well, since then, and just recently, I've had an opportunity to talk to someone who actually deals with radon. And he is very well versed and very well studied in karst geology throughout this region, the Bluegrass region. And what he has done, he has shown me where to go look, and this information is easily available through the University, or actually the Kentucky Geological Survey at the University of Kentucky. They have a website, and there's tons of information on there about karst geology and the risks involved dealing with karst geology and the hazards. In particular, we talked about this sinkhole I'm talking about, which I mentioned in September. He informed me that what we currently sit on what is called the Royal Springs Aquifer, which is an underground lake that covers a 25 square mile area. And it comes up into Georgetown. In fact, the administration building downtown was built on top of it, didn't realize what they were doing, and tapped into it. So that the basement of that building flooded almost immediately. That aside, the other thing he told me is that Scott County is talking about the radon issue. Scott County is a Zone 1 county for radon, meaning that it can be expected to see a minimum of 4, I think it's picocaries of radon, which is the minimum, or I should say the maximum limit before something has to be done to mitigate it. And so in other words, if you build a house in Scott County, you need to check for radon, because more than likely, especially if you are adjacent to a sinkhole, your radon levels are going to be very high in this particular area. We found that out when we moved into our house, which backs up to the property. In fact, it backs up to that, it's, I think it's 133 there. Backs up to those sinkholes. When we first moved into the house, we had a radon test because we moved from another state where there was, again, radon issues. So it just became something we want to get a radon test just to make sure. Well, the levels were extremely high in our house. We have since, or at that time, had the problem mitigated, and we are good now. We have been for the past 10 years. In fact, I just had my mitigation fan replaced. They only have a warranty of 5 years. It lasted 10 years. I had it replaced, had it tested again. We're still within parameters. Everything is good. The problem that we have here is that where that sinkhole sits, since it is not documented on any of the plans and the plats.
It is documented.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Come here.
No, what he is showing, this one.
No, we've got one all the way up in the front.
Second one up here.
There's
Yeah.
one right behind your house, right? Is that the one you're talking?
That's the one I just showed. I'll show you. Right
This
here.
one right here.
We've got 2 of them documented.
That is the big one. The one I'm talking about sits up here.
Right here.
It drains. No,
That's what you're saying.
it sits up here in this area. It drains this way.
I can argue with you, but that's what we're showing here.
Back to what I was saying. Because of the sinkhole issue that we have there and the water that comes out of it during heavy rainfalls, what this individual told me is that what we have there is what's called an active karst system, and it is a karst aquifer relief hole system, meaning that when rainfall causes this aquifer to rise, the water gets pushed out of this particular sinkhole as a relief valve. There may be others throughout the county, I don't know. I just know about this one, because I have literally watched water running out of there.
And that's kind of where the road is, what I'm seeing on this map.
Well, it's actually, their plat shows houses built on top of it.
Okay.
Now, the problem is, if you were to cover that sinkhole or seal it up in any way, you're causing a disruption of that natural relief, which means that water could potentially back up into the basements and foundations of the houses adjacent. It'll literally come up through the floor drains. So, but more important even than that is the radon issue, because radon is a cancer-causing gas. It's odorless. You can't see it, can't smell it. You don't even know it's there unless you have it tested. Well, we have a significant radon problem there, and that's all because of this geology here. The problem there is if you cover that up, or if you sealed it, you could cause higher radon levels in my basement, my neighbor's basement, or anyone else, even coming, you don't even have to have a basement. If you have a flat slab on grade, the radon will come through that slab. and that can be mitigated as well. So there is a very significant risk that you will increase radon levels in the adjacent houses, and any house that is built in this area will very likely have high radon levels because of this geology. And no one has done any geological surveys that I know of this karst system to know exactly where it goes, what it does, because if you build on top of it, what he said is, you could result in what is called a cover collapsed sinkhole. And that causes all kinds of problems. So, he proposed that you basically put a hold on this to have certain questions answered. I agree, and one of the questions that needs to be answered and dealt with is that sinkhole. And in fact, based on what I have read in my own research from the Kentucky Geological Survey, you cannot build on top of that. And that's what my concern is that corner up there. Because I don't want my house or my neighbor's house to get flooded because they seal off a relief valve sinkhole. And I don't want the radon system that I have to suddenly become insufficient to control the radon levels in my house. And me have to spend money out of my pocket to upgrade and add additional radon mitigation. Of which, if that were to happen, I'm going to be asking for someone to pay for it. So, that is essentially my, what I had to say, or what I have to say about that. And I just ask that you would postpone this, and let's get somebody to look at this.
Which one of those houses is yours? What number?
I believe the numbers are correct, it's 133.
Okay.
And that pooling of water, it has come up literally within 2 feet of our fence line under extreme rain conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer. Anyone else like to speak?
My name is Yvonne Thayer. I'm his wife. I live at 133 Keel Ridge Drive. And just to follow up what he said, and also what one of the attorneys said, Mr. Billings, in regard to the radon, I look at it as unintended consequences. And I really hope that you will take seriously, you know, the health concerns that that could cause, okay? Also, I also was agreeing with Mr. Billings about the Planning Commission back in September agreeing to the 150 dwellings and not to exceed that. And we brought up over and over again the issues with traffic. And Mr. Murphy tonight was saying that it's not going to be a problem. He also said that they did their own, I guess, survey or some kind of traffic, report about it not going to be a problem adding these, just the 150 units. And he's saying it's, what he's not taking into account is not only that he's just taking into account what sounds like to me is just the traffic alone from the 150 houses. I brought up back in September, what about the schools in the area? We have elementary, middle, high school. The Cardone has their own school. I travel that road every day. I watch the traffic patterns. I don't agree with the 188 that's all it is, that they're peak. There's no way. You're also talking about fairgrounds, and when we have the little county fair, last year when they had that, we couldn't even get to our home because 25 was backed up. I brought that up. You're also talking about the traffic, there's not going to be traffic from the senior living center. Perhaps not, but what about the staff? And what about the deliveries that are made to that, to that facility? What about the delivery? This was also brought up back in September about the deliveries of Amazon or other packages, or food services now that have increased to, DoorDash, whatever. This is not unreasonable, and it's not something to take lightly. So you have to consider there's going to be that traffic as well. I have a problem with this second entrance. To me, a gate doesn't seem at all adequate for an emergency use. To get any kind of emergency vehicles, especially to a senior development center at the back of a property using a gate. I mean, I just keep picturing like one of the livestock gates around here. Not to make a joke about it, but I mean, that's what it sounds like. Are we really seriously considering just using a gate? It makes no sense to me. Also, on the conditions of approval that the Planning Commission went over, I guess Mr. Summers went over it, he said they had struck the conditions of approval of number 8, which is the proposed public road connection to the adjoining property to the south is unacceptable. Such a condition shall be located at a point which avoids steep slopes and minimizes potential impacts to the North Elkhorn Creek because of flooding issues too. We know that Elkhorn Creek floods constantly when there's heavy rains, right? So part of what I read was that some of the mitigation for the water is going to be somehow diverted to Elkhorn Creek. So that's only going to add to the problem of the flooding, okay? There was also talk tonight about, I think from the Catholic school, about using part of that entrance and there being a gas line in the proposed place maybe where they'd have to dig to make a road or a second entrance. There's also, they've now tapped into gas lines right along 25. And if they're planning on putting either a trail or sidewalks or whatnot along 25, what are you going to have to dig up and move those gas lines also? Or are you going to put a sidewalk right on top of gas lines? And what is, if there's a problem, you're going to have to dig up the sidewalk. So there's a lot of things to be considered. I've been opposed to the whole development from the beginning because when we first moved here almost 10 years ago, we met Mr. Singer, the owner of the property. He told us, and we believed him, that the property would never be developed because it had been in the family for over 100 years. And times have changed. The younger generation has now inherited that land and has decided to sell it and to develop it. And that's their right to do it. I'm not against, anybody doing something with their property, that's their business. But I really would hope that you would consider also, the late Mr. Singer's wish to keep that as farmland. I've stated that before. Let's see what else here. Again, I would echo what Mr. Billings said about all the planning commission's, objections about, well, we agree to this, but we have problems with this. I also highlighted and noted several areas where they had issues with the road conditions and different things like this. The other proposed entrance, either using Cardome or the Singer property, that the property itself right now, with that sort of gate that they have on their property, preserving the house and that part of land, that's kind of a steep kind of slope also up into the property. So that would have to be, addressed as well. And I was also told that, privy to some information, that there may be actually a sinkhole on that driveway up into that property. So that's another issue. We have several sinkholes that we're going to have to deal with, or someone's going to have to deal with. So anyway, I hope that you will consider, what we're telling you is those people that, we live there, we own these properties. It's not that we're against development. We wish it wouldn't be developed. But again, as been suggested tonight, maybe you can postpone just approving this further development, because it was only approved initially for the 150 dwellings. And now here we are just a few short months later, and they're wanting, twice as much, over twice as much now, to be approved. So my other issue is too, one last thing is that I was told, and I won't mention the person's name, by a city council member, that they have dealt with Anderson Communities before, and what they propose on preliminary plans, as Mr. Billings stated, they can tell you one thing and then not have to come back and get approval on something else. And I was told, this is what I was told, that they changed their plans. Okay, that what they propose to you is not necessarily what they're actually going to build. I was told that, okay? That they were literally lied to by being told one thing and then have something else be the end result. So please consider, as my husband suggested, doing your homework, please, and look into the geological issues with the sinkholes, with the radon, and also with the safety concerns too along 25. And just, again, the traffic. We live there, we know what it is. And there's also an issue being landlocked too. You may have a second entrance, but it all goes down to 25. There is no back entrance unless they would somehow make provision for that with one of the homeowners. So I would just hope that you would really consider just postponing, doing homework, or just not approving it whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Thayer. Anyone else want to speak? Come on up, sir.
Here's where we can send the second entrance, right through Robert's backyard.
I am Robert Smith, a member of this community for 45 years, and I live at 129 Keel Ridge Drive. I'm also the pastor of Regeneration Church, and have been before this committee before to seek variances for 3 homes that I have built in this community, as well as a church addition that we just finished 2 years ago. But I've never been before this committee in order to share concerns about a particular development. And I am very concerned about this one for multiple reasons. One is because of the lack of evidence on plans, as council has already brought your attention to. I also am incredibly concerned because a few of us remember 2 lives being lost on that curve within a decade of each other, which promoted the improvement of US 25 in that particular area. I believe both of those accidents actually ended up right in front of Dr. Brown's property, which the improvements to 25, I believe, made a significant improvement in safety along that roadway. However, as a member of the community at the Colony, I'm also incredibly aware of the problem with me being able to get to work. So not only get to work, but if I need to leave at 4:30 in the afternoon to go pick up a kid from school, it's going to take me 30 to 45 minutes to be able to get to Great Crossing from the Colony because of the traffic. So I understand that there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, but if we all had those and they were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. So what I'm trying to point out is this. I don't want promises, I want plans. I don't want what somebody said over a dinner table, I want to see it on paper. I would appreciate it if it wasn't just council involved in the room in the planning or being informed when plans are changed. I would appreciate it if those adjacent properties were also brought into the room or at least informed about those issues. I have significant concerns about the number of homes or dwellings that are being proposed for that property. while I appreciate the Planning and Zoning Commission desire to keep growth of Georgetown within the bounds of the bypass, I do appreciate the fact that the Singer Farm is going to be developed. The Bevins Farm is going to be developed, more than likely in my lifetime, maybe not, and I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is doing a poor plan of that development. And so what I would encourage Anderson communities to do is to maybe not try to make as much money by putting houses and townhomes on top of each other, and do a more, maybe a Deshay kind of a development on that property, which would allow for less traffic congestion on US 25, and I believe would promote a little bit better kind of situation in that part of Georgetown. I have particular concerns about the fact that any traffic study is not taking into the account the additional developments that are going on north of Champion Way. None of the impact of that traffic is being considered nor indicated. I also want to bring to the Commission's attention that almost every intersection is currently a grade of F within the next 5 years. Currently, the Colony is a grade of F. The Colony Boulevard intersection with 25 is a grade of F. The state recommends a grade no lower than C. And there were comments made in a previous staff report that the developer believed that there would be no further impact on traffic, and because you can't go any lower than a grade of F, basically, is why they made that comment. So you can't get an F- on the traffic study. So the additional, I am in full agreement almost with just about everything that Mr. Billings brought to your attention. I agree with my neighbors as well about the sinkhole problem. I believe when the 2 sinkholes were covered up in the apartment complex behind my house, directly behind my house to the west, that actually created an additional issue with the sinkhole that he's speaking to. We've seen additional water problems now coming out of that since those 2 sinkholes were covered up in that particular development. I wonder if the commission has any kind of idea about whether or not senior living is needed in Georgetown and Scott County. Has there been a study that suggests that that's going to be a future need, or is even a present need? Are we producing more seniors than we can take care of, and do those seniors want a senior living facility? I would suggest that just because there's rear parking doesn't mean there's no cars on the road. In at least one of the photographs shown of the developments, there were vehicles on the roadway in front of those homes. And as you can see in several developments within Georgetown, that is also the case. So you actually you might improve the curb appeal, but you don't necessarily improve safety. Or curb appeal once cars are parked along the roadway in front of those dwellings. The parking places of the additional, when the additional 465 feet of road were proposed, there were parking spaces that were compromised, which would also decrease the number of parking spaces that were approved in the plan that I saw before the changes were made that I just saw this evening. I'm wondering, maybe Mr. Billings can shed light on this, but if there's ongoing litigation between the Singer family and the Bevins family, I have questions about, does that mean that the sale of the property is contingent upon the approval of this development? And if so, that would raise some questions as well. I believe that the AM peak hours that are represented in the traffic study do not actually take into account 6:30 until 8, which is when traffic tends to back up, especially going into Scott County Middle School and High School. The plan on entrances, again, I want to encourage that there would be a plan and not just a suggestion. I do believe that the gated driveway is not an option, since that basically enters into the main entrance roadway. I would also significantly doubt that there would be a benefit in adding a second exit or access to that property within 500 feet. I doubt that you're going to see any improvement whatsoever in traffic because of that. While I appreciate that there might be a plan by the city to provide an extra lane of exit outside of the colony, again, that's an if, and but, and not, as far as I know, is not necessarily in the works. I understand that it's not necessarily the Planning Commission's job to be mindful of roadways. As Mr. Mifflin pointed out earlier, getting in contact with our other representatives to make notes of those issues. I would encourage the commission to understand that you do have a traffic problem on US 25 inside of the Champion Way intersection in Long Lick. You do have a traffic problem. So any development that you do there without coming up with a plan to mitigate your current problem, traffic problem, to me would be a dereliction of your duty. And so I've been employed at Lexmark as an analytical chemist for 27 years, as well as, so I'm bivocational, I'm also a pastor. At Lexmark, we have lean manufacturing rules. If we were to suggest to a production line that is having quality problems that they needed to increase throughput, we would expect to have additional quality problems. When you have a traffic problem and you propose a development that will increase traffic along a corridor without providing additional mitigation of that traffic, you will have additional traffic problems, quite possibly fatalities along US 25. I don't believe there are any plans by the state to widen US 25. I don't believe that there are any plans by the developer necessarily to do anything other than to provide turn lanes on the Singer property. And I'm not necessarily sure that when spring and fall hit, that the farm that is across the street from the Singer farm, that the traffic that is going to be generated by that already needs a sheriff's officer to accommodate, that you're going to find that to be something that your citizens approve of as well. So I've been unable to make any of the other meetings. I've written letters. I've actually sat down with the engineers early on in this process when I got the first notice from Anderson Communities in order to talk about my concerns with them. They let me know that they were also concerned, and which is why the multiple conditions have been listed on the proposed subdivision. And so I just want to reiterate that as a citizen of this community that lives adjacent to that, and also with memories of what happens maybe when things aren't the way that they should be, that I would encourage this commission to make a choice to postpone the approval of any additional dwellings, as well as to require a better solution than what is currently being suggested for a second route of access. Noting that the second route of access will also be on US 25. Let me bring you to mind as well that in the first staff report, the colony subdivision was used as an example of what this commission should not approve again. And so there is roads stubbed from the colony subdivision to go to adjacent properties. Those roads have been stubbed there for 30 years. There's never been a roadway adjoined to those stubs, and which is one reason why we have a significant traffic problem coming out of the colony. So I would say that whatever you approve, you need to make sure that the additional access is a done deal. I would actually encourage that this development be postponed until a secondary access is allowed to another artery instead of US 25. And I would ask that as well if the Bevins property ever was developed.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yep.
Anyone else like to speak? No one else?
Clint Evans. I live at 804 Cincinnati Road. I've got a whole dissertation argument concerning the easement, but as pointed out, that's not going to be decided tonight. That's for another time and another place. I did want to make a comment on at the north entrance, what they call the north entrance of Cardome, next to where they're proposing to put this emergency entrance. There's not one gate, there's 3 gates, okay? If you travel, you've got one gate over here on 25, and then along the Singers, there's 2 gates, and you come back, and down here on my property, there's another gate. So to go all the way through, you have to open 4 gates. I know this because I've done it 100 times. So it's not just a matter of, an ambulance or an emergency vehicle opening that gate and zipping through. Now, the entrance to Cardome, when there's 4 entities there that are concerned. GMWSS, of course, is building the $40 million sewage treatment plant. I spoke to Steve Judy yesterday about some concerns I've had. We've got the city of Georgetown. It's known as the Cardome Renaissance Center, LLC. They're scheduling weddings for this summer. It's $2,500 deposit. Those weddings can be indoors, they can be outdoors. A lot of the weddings outdoors are in the road. They set up several hundred chairs. I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to drive through somebody's wedding. We have an alternate way to get around these things. St. John's is building a school. We have no idea what's going to happen there. They have school events. We can't interfere with that. We don't have any right. We don't have a legal right to do that. We've got senior citizens. So there's so many things that go on at Cardome that we can't always go through there. And it would be irresponsible. I don't know if this property will be developed in my lifetime. I farm. I raise cattle. I'm good. I enjoy it. Before that, my father had that farm. It would be irresponsible to my heirs for me not to allow this to get landlocked. Right now, we're landlocked, technically. The key that my father used and gave to me to open these gates to go through this easement, that lock was put on June the 5th of last year. On June the 4th was when my attorney sent a note saying that we wanted to make sure that the easement was handled acceptably. The next day, there's a lock on it. There was never a lock on this until the Singer's farm was for sale. It wasn't an issue. And John and I talked at the last meeting about, they brought one of our cows out. They brought the cow back. Billy Singer, John's father, deceased, I believe it's in 2017, not long after my father was deceased, said that we could not put asphalt or gravel, and John repeated that to me. There's not been an argument about that until Dennis Anderson has me and John Singer fighting each other. We're fighting his battle. I've never had a hard word with John or Mary until this comes up, and it's not complicated why this is happening. As far as a road F that we have seen on the developmental plan, initially it was a little spur that emptied into a cul-de-sac, and I said at the last meeting that was unacceptable. It's just bad planning. Well, then it got moved over next to the cliff. and we lovingly called that the road to nowhere, suggesting it could be a one-way street because you can only go one way, and that's drive off the cliff into Elkhorn Creek. Well, he's changed that, but why have we just found out? 48 hours ago, we found out. We've been able to make no consideration of it. I mean, I got an idea where it's at. I hadn't even looked out on the topography. It's too soon. You know, we need some time. The road F that is proposed, and it sounds like he's doing us a favor. Comprehensive plan says a connectivity shall be provided, okay? It has to be there. And then we're saying, how long is it going to be until that road's there? Years? Several years? 5, 10? In the meantime, I'm locked out. I can't use a road that doesn't exist, and we don't even know it's going to be built right now. There were 14 events last June during what they call the Troubadour Series at Cardone. There's weddings, Mass, St. John's during COVID. They parked out in the street, they sat out in the seat. That's their right. I'm not going to drive through that. I'm not going to interfere with St. John's having Mass. I'm going to drive around, or I'm going to have to stay at home. But until something is concrete, we have something that's contractual. This is useless. What we saw tonight. I ask that you postpone this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bivens. Anyone else like to speak?
I've already been sworn. Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. My name is John Woodall, ladies and gentlemen. I represent John and Mary. I wasn't in attendance at the zone map amendment meeting simply because they didn't know they had a problem until after that. And that's when I was asked by them to help them out. So that's one thing. It's not my purview to get into all the issues with the development plan here tonight. I just want to, there's some blanks that need filled in about the easement stuff that's going on. I'm not going to get into the particulars. Only thing I'll tell you is that, you know, after I watched, like I said, I watched the hearing, and one thing I do know for a fact, and one of y'all brought it up, the Singers, Norman Dennis Anderson, caused the Bevins access problems. That's been brought upon by them over the years through whatever choices they made or didn't make. But nonetheless, what I saw and heard in the hearing was that as part and parcel to this development, the developer was going to fix that for them. And that's what I've seen up here today. There's maybe some difference of opinion about exactly whether the road goes 2 feet this way or 2 feet that, but there's going to be a road, okay? To me, that's pretty darn gracious, plus it makes good planning sense. But after that hearing, what the Singers got for that was sued. That wasn't their choice, and you heard Mr. Bevins say it. He's never had a harsh word with John or Mary Singer. They, for the first time, found out at that planning or zone map amendment meeting that there was some kind of feud between them. That's ridiculous. There's not. And so we have this litigation now over the easement, I suppose, to try to ensure some kind of outcome, whatever. I will tell you, this is a 122-year-old deed, and it's very clear. Mr. Mifflin asked about entrances. Essentially what happens is the easement, the way the language reads, it's 30 feet next to the Catholic property. So it just hugs the fence, and that's what it did over time. But over time, it's gotten grown up. I don't think it's been used, and that's our position. But the only difference in all of the title documents coming forward, some of the title documents, some of the deeds omit the word next, and that's understandable. Because if you look at this handwritten description like they had to be, Charlie knows, in the early 1900s, it's hard to see. I got a magnifying glass my mom gave me that I carry around, and that's how you see it. But that's the only difference. So, but what you saw up on the screen, that's from a survey that's not recorded. and it mentions this access lane issue. There's none of that ever recorded either, so this is the only thing, and we'll deal with that in court. I just want you to know, this wasn't the singer's idea. They didn't want this, and didn't bring it on themselves. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Neighbors? Otherwise, I guess we'll probably bring the attorneys back up. Mr. Murphy, would you like to go first? And maybe answer questions that the public had and maybe answer some of Mr. Billings'. Come on back up. Just for the record, we're rolling on 2 hours now on just this application. And this is what I was trying to avoid.
Honestly.
It was 7:15 when we started, sir.
Oh, good.
I noted it.
Appreciate your hearing this, and some of the things, I think most of you are here, some of you weren't. Back on September 9th, when we heard the zone change hearing, we discussed a lot of these same issues. Actually, all the same issues, I believe, on this. All the same issues. And you all recommended approval of zone change based on the recommendation of your staff. And after you all voted on it, of course, went to the city council for approval. We were through the city council, I think, in November and December, and they approved it as well. And it's one of the steps in the process that you go through in the development of land. This is another step. This is not the destination. This is another step in going through the process. What this preliminary subdivision plat and development plan do, as I mentioned in the beginning, they allow us to continue to plan the development. They don't let us go out and build anything. They let us continue to plan the development. Gives us a little more assurance on it. Dennis can go to the lender and say, hey, here's what we got to build. Can you lend me money for it? It allows us to plan these roads better, meet with the staff, and get all the approvals we need to proceed. But we will be having to bring in construction plans, which are very detailed, and go over the geology, topography, location, slope, width of all our roads to assure that they meet all the standards of your ordinances and your subdivision regulations. The problem I have with trying to postpone it is that you're having another 2 whatever hours hearing on this today, and you have a staff whose job is to follow up on what you do with the staff conditions and make sure all those are complied with. That is done in every case you have. Now, in asking to postpone it, they're just asking you to say, they're in essence saying, we don't want the staff to approve this. We want to come back to you for every detail of this development. And I know details are important. They are very important. But that's why you have a very qualified staff to go over those details on all of these plans, which you do with every plan, just so you don't have to have another 2-hour hearing on everything, and because you've got certified planners, engineers who go over this as well. So I want to go over a number of these particular items. Want to just mention on traffic first. There's a lot of discussion of traffic, US 25, the colony, and all that sort of thing. We weren't discussing traffic today. We discussed the traffic equivalence of units as a way of measuring the number of units we could do. We discussed traffic in great detail at the zone change. And the interesting thing we pointed out at the zone change is that the colony does have a big traffic problem getting out on 25. People can't get to school, can't get to work. And you know, we found out, our traffic engineer, Mr. Mesta, who is standing over here if you have any questions about it, that one simple change could make a huge difference there, and that's adding a left turn lane out of the colony. Because if you got one person waiting to turn left out of the colony, everybody else backs up on it. And actually, he found that if a left turn lane were installed in the colony, the Colony intersection would work better than it does today, even after we build every unit on the Singer property. It would still work better at the Colony at that point than it does today with one lane if they just added two lane. Now, that's an aside, because traffic was dealt with at the zone change. That's something you look at on a zone change. Should this property be zoned R2 PUD, the amount of traffic it'll generate, and that was determined by you all and the city council when you granted a zone change. Now, there's a lot of discussion about the second entrance in and out. Some people said it won't work, they don't believe it, that sort of thing. There ought to be, there's 4 gates or 1 gate and all that. The fire department is the one who looks into that. As I said, we went to Mr. Thompson, and they have said that works. The actual people who have to go out and respond to our senior housing or a townhouse or a house, the people who have to respond and get there said, yes, that will work. Okay? Now, we understand that we'll have to have another way in and out at some point on this, but we'll have a second emergency exit now, and that the fire department said, yes, that will work. Going down the topics here, there's a discussion about whether we have a trail. I think Mr. Billings said we ought to have a trail on US 25 or sidewalk. Well, that's something the staff can help us with. We're showing up. We agreed to do a sidewalk on US 25. I didn't know we were going to have to get in that issue today. Let's see, I've got to turn the page in my notes here. The access way into the Bevan property, we came up with because the staff pointed out to us the grade problems. Mike Kraft, our engineer, who's a certified engineer, studied this very carefully after we found out about it Friday, worked all weekend, and came up with a way to route that road that would meet all the grade requirements and street requirements of your subdivision regulations. Obviously, we got to have that looked over in detail by the people over on my left here, Mr. Krebs and the others, to assure that. But that's what they do. They assure you that the plans we're showing you, and hopefully getting approved tonight, will actually work and are right. And if they don't, they tell us that, and we've got to change it. That's part of the process that we go through on this. The issue on sinkholes need to discuss. I was talking to Dennis about that as people were testifying about that. We've identified sinkholes on the property, and this property has been tested more than any other one that Dennis has ever worked on. He's already core drilled and sounded the property for sinkholes. We did not determine that other one was a sinkhole, but we'll continue to check that out. That'll be part of the process we'll do as we go forward with the development of the property. And that's one of the benefits that you have your own engineer on staff to review these things here with us. And we'll continue to work with him as well. Overall, as I said, the traffic issues were dealt with the zone change, and most all of these other issues were dealt with in the zone change. We're bringing a plan to you that actually doesn't let us do anything. It just makes us let us do another step forward in the process. It lets us, when we've shown these roads on the plans, for example, what this does, the next step, is to submit construction plans to your staff so they can say, yeah, the road you're proposing in this location does meet our requirements. Or they're going to say, the road you're showing in this location doesn't, and you're going to have to fix it. And that's the process we go through. This is just one part of the process that we go through. The issue about the access or the 30-foot passway, again, we don't want to step in the middle of that, but we've dealt with it in a way that will not prejudice anybody's right. We're going to have a note. It'll have to be approved by Mr. Perkins to say that it doesn't establish it or non-establish it or mean it can change or whatever. But it's going to be subject to the decision of Scott Circuit Court. Scott Circuit Court will decide that, and then we will abide by that decision, and we'll show, if there's an easement, we'll show it on subsequent plats on that. So that's as much as we can do with this access easement at this point. I know Mr. Billings would like to have everything wrapped up with a bow tie before it's brought to you. Well, as I said, this is a step in the process. And on no subdivision is everything wrapped up with a bow tie at this stage. It's not wrapped up into a bow tie until everything's built and the city has done its final inspections on the streets and waited a year or two to see if they don't settle or change, and before they even accept it. It's a continuing process, and this is the way you deal with subdivisions here, and most communities do, and you do it in a very excellent way, by the way. We have very close scrutiny over everything we do. And I want to point out, too, that as Mr. Summers mentioned in his presentation to you, we have complied with every single condition that they imposed on us, that they asked us to do, and we do that cooperatively. We've changed the road location as they discussed. We've agreed to show all recorded easements on the property. We're showing the access way with a fully public road for the Bevins property. As Mr. Summers mentioned, the only thing we wanted to talk about was the number of units on here. And that's just because we feel we have a more reasonable way of governing those units than just saying 150. I want to point out that 150 is not mentioned in any of your ordinances either. The ordinance I showed you up on the board said, well, 100 multifamily or 200 single family or whatever. So it's sort of a interpretation measure to compromise on 150. But we wanted to look at the impact of that. As I said, part of it was public safety, which we dealt with by talking to the fire department about it. And part of it was general traffic circulation as well. And the units we're proposing on here in the first part that we build would generate equivalent or less traffic than 200 single-family detached houses. We thought that was a reasonable way to handle the situation on there. I think I've covered everything. I don't know if there's any particular issue I've thought. I may have to respond as these issues come up. I'm just going to take a second to walk through my notes here to see if there's anything I'm thinking of that I've missed talking about. But again, we have a process here, and it's a process that we didn't create, that is created by the city and your predecessors on the Planning Commission, and it's a process that works. And we would simply ask you to let us keep proceeding through the process with the understanding that we have to submit our plans, we'll have to submit our construction plans, but before that, the staff will certify that we've complied with the conditions that you put on us tonight that the staff is proposing. We'll submit our construction plans, and if there is an issue with the sinkhole further, more than we've studied it, and we have geological studies of it already, if we have to study it more, we will. If they need us to show this, that the road complies with their conditions, we will do that. That's because that's what we do every day, and that's what the normal process is. So we simply ask you to let us proceed with your normal process. We honestly think we have an outstanding development here. Mixed use is a little different than building a lot of houses that are all the same size, same lots and everything. But we need a place like that in this community because there are people who want that. They want the outdoor living, they want the swimming pool, they want the indoor fitness center, they want the dog park and that sort of thing. Not everybody wants that. But there's a lot of people who do, and a lot of people who want to live in this location to do that. So we thank you very much, and again, we'd like to respond to any questions or anything we have. Yeah.
Mr. Murphy, I got a question, and maybe Mr. Anderson can answer it. But the gentleman over there on the wall, Mr. Smith, said plan versus actual, and I like that comment. Do you have a plan versus, just saying shoot from the hip? The gentleman from Cardone said you guys haven't even spoken or talked about that. And then my other one is the family back here talking about the radon, and what are you going to do to try to ease their minds
All right.
about that?
Let's touch on radon first. Every home we build, we put a passive radon system in it. It costs us like $300 to do when we're building it. If you go back and retroact, it costs you $2,000 or $3,000. We take our properties to Fannie Mae or HUD, and they require a radon test. If a radon test comes back negative, we put a fan on it, and it becomes an active system. So we mitigate radon. We test, we pre-plummet, and that's not going to be an issue.
So this sinkhole, he's talking about the secondary sinkhole?
We're not going to build on a sinkhole. Absolutely will not build on a sinkhole.
We can't have people yelling out loud. If you want, I'll give you your turn.
Yeah,
Give us
we've
that.
sounded the whole property. We've even gone out and core drilled it twice. And no time have I done this on another property. We wanted to make sure the road that went from the north to the south could be built. We had to send it through there. So we've done more geological on this than any property I've done. And we're confident in it. Like I say, we've sounded the entire property. We've core drilled areas that it showed problems, so we knew the actual depth, where the holes were in the ground, and stuff like that. So your other question was about the connections. I've spoke with Cardone 3 or 4 or 5 times. I've not met this gentleman. I've never met you before. Right. But I've talked with other people, and there's a gentleman, Mr. Dad's, and what's the other gentleman? He's kind of... Father Lynn put me on to these guys, said they were ahead of that.
The board changed in January, and we're happy to continue the conversation.
But, with Mr. Dad, I said that Stub Street, I went to him and I said, I'd like to see some connectivity here. I'd like the people who live here be your parishioners or whatever. English is my second language, but anyway. And that I thought it would be good to have that connection. And they agreed to it. And we agreed to work together. But what I said is, we have 1 for sure and 2 for sure on the Singer property, and then we have a 3rd option that we can look at too. We will choose the best of those options if everybody agrees. But we have the Singers on 2 options. You brought one of them up. I didn't even see it as an option until you brought it up. It's kind of funny. You look at things and you don't see it, and then someone points out to you and you see it. So we have 2 options on Singer. And I would be interested in meeting with them and see if the other is an option too, and choose the best of those 3 options. But we will build that before we move the first family in. We will get that second entrance before we come before you and ask to do the next phase. Okay?
Any other questions?
I do. So, in regards to the radon, I'm no expert on radon. But you said it costs $300 to put into a new unit, and that's awesome.
That's the pre-plummet.
Right.
And we do that on every unit, because if you test and then you have to go back and retroact it, it's $3,000.
Well, and that's what we're getting ready to deal with. If the people who are the neighbors don't have a problem now, and they can show they don't have a problem now, and in 2 years they come back and go, now we got a problem, they have to spend $2,000 or $3,000 because we've not done our due diligence on this issue. And we use the word sinkhole, but it sounds more like a relief valve than it is a sinkhole. Am I thinking right?
I don't
know.
know.
And John, nobody knows the plan better than John, I'm sure.
I've,
Yeah, that's what I want to.
Really, I mean, I know this a lot, and I know you can't really see the slope of it, but you basically have an underground cave system that has an arc. You have a big sinkhole here, small one there, one there, one there, one there. Really, it's about 5. The only one that, you can mow through all of them, and it's not really that steep, except that one right there has trees, as you see. Now, what Mr. and Mrs. Thayer were talking about, that's a wet weather spring. And there used to be trees there, And Carl Tackett bulldozed it out when he was raising corn. And it's a wet weather spring, cattle have tromped it up. You can see how the green tails down
Right,
from it.
yeah.
And actually, it's in a V. So all this, like this field of Dr. Brown and stuff, it's all draining to that point, and you just got a wash that has a little bit of a wet weather character to it.
Yeah.
It's not a sinkhole.
Right, yeah, bro, that water's probably, I would like to know where it's coming from. Is we can't say for sure, it's not just coming out of that
Yeah.
drainage out of that.
Well, I mean.
So the others,
yeah.
the higher land is next to you and coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how your ground is, but like,
Oh, I was saying
I mean, like, this is a wet weather spring right here, you know, that feeds that pond. I mean, you know,
Very
they're just
well.
pretty common,
Yes.
you know.
My name's Mike Kraft. I work for Dennis Anderson. I'm a professional engineer. I want to comment just a couple quick things about the sinkholes. The Georgetown ordinance will not allow any work in a sinkhole. So that will keep his concerns away. As we go through, we've done a geophysics on this property to analyze these areas. And as we develop the construction plans, lots of these issues brought up tonight are construction plan times to address those.
But you don't know till you get in.
We don't know. The conditions on this letter, I think 40% are construction plans issues. It's not development plans. So I just wanted to reiterate that your manuals restrict working in a sinkhole. So covering them up, I don't know how it happened before, but it's not allowed today.
And we don't do our construction plans until we have an approved preliminary plan.
That's
Okay?
correct.
So that's, as I said, part of the process.
Any other questions for Attorney Murphy?
Robert.
Well, we're gonna wait, if you don't mind. I'm gonna let the attorneys have their little
Okay, you said any other
tiff, and then
questions?
we'll bring you up afterwards, if you don't mind. Any more questions for Mr. Murphy? All right, Mr. Billings, you wanna come up and speak to any points that have been made?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Make it brief.
So, let me just be frank, because this is the 800-pound gorilla in the room, right? What we're really talking about right now is levels of trust, right? That's what we're really talking about now. Owners behind don't trust that Anderson's going to do the right thing. We're making sure that we don't trust that Anderson's going to put the road in. Other neighbors have concern that they don't have trust that the traffic's going to be there. That's what a lot of this discussion is about. What you just heard is from Anderson to say, we spent all of this money in geotechnical surveys and engineering work. We do construction plans, but all of this stuff. And yet, they couldn't figure out that the road went off a cliff when they drew it on their development plan here. The reason I say that is, of course they knew it went off the cliff. Okay, a sixth grader could have looked at the contours. The issue here isn't that they drew it going off the cliff. The issue here with the road is simply this. We just want to make sure that there's a road connection to the south that's built in a feasible, viable location, and that we're involved in the process in a meaningful way, and not 48 hours beforehand get a drawing that has no engineering behind it, or grading behind it, or construction plans behind it. That's the simple thing we're asking for the road. It may be that the roadway issue resolves the easement issue. I would tell you, I hope so. But I have to tell you, I've got to protect my client's right for legal access to the property, because if the road doesn't get done for some reason, i.e. he builds phase 1 or phase 2 and doesn't finish road F, then my client could have a legal problem. He wasn't the one who locked himself out of the gate on June 5th of last year. We're just trying to make sure that he has the ability to access the 130 acres that that family has enjoyed since the property was subdivided 122 years ago. What I'm requesting for tonight is not denial. I'm not requesting for everything to be tied up in a bow, despite Mr. Murphy's characterization. What I'm saying is you saw 25 comments from staff about stuff that they haven't done, which is typical and ordinary. You saw them fix at least 3 of them in 3 days to be able to come here tonight. I submit to you that there's no harm, and in fact, you get a better product by asking to go back and continue to work on some of these issues. Denial is not appropriate. Like, we're not asking that. We didn't do the zone change. But what you haven't heard is any willingness from Mr. Anderson and I to agree to give us copies of plans. He didn't even want me to talk to Mr. Charlie Perkins about the note, right? He wants to just go negotiate with Charlie directly. Why? What's wrong with involving the property owner to the south that has the largest parcel inside of the city limits that's going to be developed at some point in the future with respect to these issues? Because there's a level of trust involved, or more appropriately, a lack of trust involved. All we're asking is postponement. Tell us to work together. Tell us to, if you're going to approve it tonight, again, I don't think you should, keep the 150 units and tell them anytime they file something. Mr. Murphy has been involved in many cases like this in Fayette County. Says anything they file, they send us a copy of it. So that way we know immediately what they filed. I don't like that approach because it creates a bunch of busy work that we typically don't like, but it's the way you keep it, it's the way you have trust, it's the way you keep transparency, it's the way you keep involvement. So if we have issues, we can go to staff and say, wait, this road has a problem. Now, Mr. Krebs, I mean, he's a great engineer, trust me. When I'm on the development side, everybody knows that Ben is a stickler for details when it comes to final sign-offs. Okay? But there's nothing wrong with us being involved in the process to have our own engineers look at the road that's going to go to our property. They seem to not want us to be able to do that. I don't know why. What you haven't heard tonight is a legal justification as to why the Planning Commission should vary from its ruling at the zone change hearing or vary from staff's recommendation that 150 units is all that should be done on this property until there's a second legal means of right-of-way access. You asked the questions about communications. You heard the discussion. There hasn't been any real discussion since September of last year about access. It may be those things get fleshed out. It could be those things can get done. But I would suggest to you all that there is no facts in the record tonight by which you can rely upon to make a decision to allow 210% of the units that you all voted in September, which is all that should be permitted until a second access is there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Billings. Mr. Smith, did you want to come up and say one last thing?
I do want to apologize to all the new business people. I've been in your seat. But let me remind the developer that there were multiple postponements on the hearing regarding zoning change. There have been multiple postponements on development as well. And because of those multiple postponements, I was unable to attend the actual meetings to express my concerns about traffic at that time. However, I was encouraged to make sure to get those concerns on the record this evening, which is why I've done so. I believe that counsel for Anderson was asking for some conditions to be ignored in order to get approval this evening, while they state that my typical issue is that there will not be any further public hearings on some of the things that they're saying that they'll work out with staff. I'm not saying that I don't trust the staff. I trust the staff. I know them personally and count at least one of them as a good friend. So I don't have any problem with that necessarily happening. I just don't necessarily like the fact that this is maybe the last time I get to say something about it. I want to also make a point that while a left turn lane out of the colony may seem to help, when the school traffic's backed up, everybody just turns right because you can't turn left. In fact, I've gone to Ann Mason by going through town, taking Washington, and then hitting and going the bypass in order to get to Ann Mason to take my kid to school so that I could get them there on time. So I would once again agree with Mr. Billings and council, as well as my neighbors, and encourage you to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Come on up.
I'll just make an offer to everyone sitting here and everyone in the staff. If you would like to come out and stand in my backyard and look over and see what I'm talking about, see the geological feature that I'm talking about, you're more than welcome to. Just, you have my phone number, call me. You can set up a time. I'm more than happy to meet with you.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer. With that being said, I think we've allowed the audience to speak, the attorneys to speak for over 2.5 hours, not that I'm keeping track. And they're paid by the hour, I'm not. I'd entertain more discussion by the commission and then motions.
I guess I'm just going to think out loud. I hope everybody's all right with that. Starting at the very surface level, on the agenda, every item of business pertaining to this matter begins with P, correct? Preliminary. And that's not discounting any concerns at all, because frankly, I have my own concerns. I do. I live here. I work at Great Crossing. I deal with Scott County High School all the time. I'm a basketball coach. I'm a parent. I get it. I live in town. I was a builder for forever. I'm a real estate agent. I get it. I have my own concerns. I do. But I think we should also allow due process, so to speak. I think we should all just be mindful that everything pertaining to this application begins with the letter P, which stands for preliminary. That being said, I do welcome any discussion by my fellow members about issues that are appropriate to be discussed now. Charlie and others may advise me of that, but I think it's very, very, very important that we recognize that this is preliminary. And while this proceeding does allow the community at large due process, unless we just outright deny the application, we also have to allow the applicant due process. You're more than welcome to disagree with me on that, but and that's just out of fairness. Again, I'll say I have my own concerns. I do. I studied karst geology in college. I was an environmental and earth sciences major. I've literally done the work. I understand the concerns. I do. Again, I don't know to which depth, and Mr. Krebs and anybody else can educate me to which depth should we have investigated these matters up till now. Again, I'm thinking out loud. I encourage you all to do so with me.
And do we have the process or the processes in place to address those concerns as we go down the line? Mr. Krebs.
We have the subdivision development regulations, which is the #1 condition stated on there. Is there a certain area you're talking about?
Just those areas of concern that have been brought up. Are they sinkholes, or are they wet weather springs, or?
I was out there, I walked it. I have seen the studies they've done. I trust John, being familiar with the property, that is probably a spring up there that comes out when it's probably a wet weather spring. When I was out there wasn't any water running down. You can obviously see the green path, so they will have to address that as a spring outflow. That is common in construction. Yes, that's something that'd be looked at when they are designing the finer details of the road drainage.
There you go. Any other comments, questions, more discussion?
I think just a little thing on, that I have noticed, and I'm kind of the new kid on the block, I don't know a bunch about this, but, yes, there has been some postponements, as Mr. Smith said. Every time there was a postponement, it was to address something. It's because something was brought up, something that was important, something that they felt was important, so they took the time to address it. That has given me trust in them, and trust is a big factor. That, you know, in the future, things will be taken care of that need to be taken care of.
Other thoughts, comments? Anybody want to speak out loud?
Yeah, the traffic study, the number of units, I don't know where these people come up with those, but if you have 200 single-family houses, you're gonna have close to 400 cars. And so you're not gonna have 188 or 197 trips out of there. It's gonna be much higher. Let's be real about that. Before we came in here tonight, I'd made me some notes, and the easements not being shown on the plans was one of them. The second entrance was one of them. The easements, I mean, that's going to be decided in the courts, hopefully in the next short period of time. That second entrance, staff, when is that generally shown up? I mean, I can go back to Cherry Blossom, and they had 2 or 3 phases that they went over. Was that second entrance always in their plans, or did they show it later on?
At Cherry Blossom?
Yeah.
It was always in the plans.
So that.
Excuse me, one second, and every time that was delayed to a later point, the commission approved it.
Right.
You know, that's the thing that I think we've missed all night tonight. There are plans, there aren't just suggestions, and every stage they get approved after they're being studied.
Right.
And while I understand people not trusting if they don't know the system, good Lord, there were some pretty free things said that are just not so.
I agree.
I mean, the sinkholes and all that stuff have to be studied. You can't build in them. You can't just say, well, they're just going to do something. I've heard they do it, whether they're on the plans or not. Good Lord. How many hours are spent looking at what people do to make sure they comply with the plans? Yeah, this is frankly absurd, and I apologize if I'm being too offensive, but I've been sitting here wanting to jump up and down now for the last 2.5 hours. These people do a hell of a job, and to sit here and talk about how you've got all this figured out and they don't have a clue is absurd. Good Lord, this is a very hotbed of development, and these guys handle it very well. I mean, that's just, anyway, excuse me, Charlie, but
no, that's
good Lord.
I agree with you.
That stuff is studied and studied and studied, and if I might, and I do want to be excused. In fact, I probably want to be excused, period. But for example, and the suggestions that some of these things may not be shared, and why not? I understand that, and I don't know of any reason why not, but that's not the practice. I bet I haven't seen a handful of times in 40 bloody years where people got notice of everything that somebody else filed. You do your process, you do your planning, you do your reviews, and you come, and if you come and ask, then fine. If it's not done till the last moment, that does happen, you're not going to get it till the last moment. Otherwise, I don't see any reason not to. I don't see any reason to postpone things, because good Lord, they're being reviewed. We've got rules this bloody thick that we've worked on for years, and these guys know those things awfully well. And they've got to prove things to them. It's not just, and I know Ben said it this way, and I think that shows you how considerate he is of people, but this is not the basis of his reviews. He trusts John to know the property. Well, of course John knows the property, but they're going to have to prove what's on the property. And they do that. And they've been doing that, and they will have to continue. And the construction plans are another very involved stage when they're going to have to start showing even more documentation of these things. Now, please, Mr. Chairman, tell me to shut up and lean back and leave people alone.
Shut up, Charlie. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Why didn't you say that 2 hours ago?
Because I'm a dummy.
So
I have been sitting here jumping up and down. I have wanted to.
I'll give my 2 cents. It's kind of to what Rhett said, Shirley, and Charlie, what you said, and most importantly, what Attorney Murphy said is it's a due process. They came to us in September 9th to be exact. We approved it here as a commission for the zone change. They went to city council. They got approved via the zone change. They've worked diligently. I heard from staff and them Monday night that staff required and wanted changes. They provided the changes. They made necessary changes to make this work, and they're continuing the due process to make it happen. Again, like everything, Charlie, everything's a due process. If we approve it, it's a preliminary to Rhett's point. And the final's gonna have to come to us again, correct? Or no, the final won't. The final.
Well, it doesn't have to. Quite often you all ask for it.
Right, sometimes we ask for it, sometimes we don't.
No, they will make sure it's done
But I
according to
mean,
the
the
conditions.
19, I think it was 19 conditions, they have to be followed. You know, whether it's the karst, I heard the karst being talked about, the sinkholes. You know, I think, actually John may have been the one that said there's 5 or 6 on here. Well, I didn't see 5 or 6 on here, and they weren't truly sinkholes. John said there's a spring, which makes sense. I deer hunt a little bit. So when you see green, there's some kind of water running through there. I understand that. Same with the bottom part of the property, which is at south. There's I think you said, John, a spring there as well. So, you know, everybody, and I think to Charlie Perkins' point, for people to call other people liars, or they're going to build something, you know, tell us one thing and build something else. The builder, Mr. Anderson, or the applicant, I should say, is held to a high standard. And we're going to make sure, and that's staff's job to do that, to make sure that they follow the rules, the ordinances, and everything that's put in front of them. And what I've understood as both a commissioner and a chair is they have been bending over backwards to appease the staff to get to this point. So that's my 2 cents. Sorry, I'll shut up.
I would just like to say, and then I'll shut up. Mr. Anderson has changed plans before, but he's always been very upfront with us. He's come in and brought changes in, and you know, his Amerson development is a prime example. More people were asking; they didn't want single-family houses anymore, so. He put some change, came to us and said, we'd like to build some townhouses. That's what the demand is right now. And, you know, it made sense because other developers and other builders were telling us the same thing. And so things change, and builders and developers have to change some things from what they originally told us. So,
I have to say something about it because it's, see what you did, Charlie?
You started it, wasn't it?
That's right.
I learned from you. My God, I've known you 30 years. Let's see here. In regards to this easement stuff and where's this road going to be, where's that road going to be, and I'm sorry, but this just dug at me about, oh, well, they just drew a line wherever, whatever, this, that, and the other. Well, frankly, it's their property. I don't care if they draw a go-kart track on it. It's nobody else's business at this point. And that's for the courts to determine whether an easement is there or not. And at such point, it comes back to these folks. And if they don't put it in, they don't get their neighborhood. I mean, that's just simple real estate law. But seriously, like, none of us can sit here and tell him or them or they what they can and cannot draw as an arbitrary line on their property at this stage in the development. Literally, I don't care if it's a go-kart track, and Ben can go, you can't have a go-kart track, and so they don't get one. So I just don't think we should discount anybody for making preliminary decisions and arbitrary drawings in good faith on what is to be their property.
So you don't think the landlord has a right to be a part of the process to have access?
Well, that's part of the court's job.
Right, which
Yeah.
we don't know that yet, because like Road I is going to Cardone, but if that access is there, will that cut that off or change it? I'm looking at, I just wasn't here in September, but I see a product that's not finished, and we're gonna approve this, and we're never gonna see it again. And we're here to make sure we represent the public, and they represent the law. And we're kind of in between those two things and doing the best we can. I've been on the other side of this, where once it goes away, it's away. And why are we even sitting here if we're just gonna turn it over to everybody else? We're here because we're listening to these people that own this properties, other properties, because they have concerns.
Sure.
And what I hear is, well, it's just a concern that they'll take care of that. I want to make sure that's getting taken care of. That's why I wanted to be on here. I want to address those concerns. I want to see that that lawsuit's done and that easement's there, and this man who's landlocked actually has a way to get to his land, who had a lock on a gate that he'd used for years, and all of a sudden they lock his gate. Does that sound neighborly to you all? Does that sound trustworthy?
But no, but that's nothing we can do anything about.
No, but we can
Yeah,
postpone
that's
and
like
get
us
this,
saying,
but
we're
we can
gonna
get
go
this
out
right,
and work
right?
on the US highway. We can't do that either.
But we can wait and vote on, we can vote on this and make sure it gets done first, right? And then we know it's right.
Well, no, actually, we know we can't, because that's not part of our purview at all. What we can require is that recorded easements be shown on the plat, and that's one of the conditions of approval, it has to be shown. It is also our obligation to put a note, as Mr. Billings was talking about, that is fair to everybody, but gives notice that this is gonna be established by a final court order that's unappealable, and at that point, it will be incorporated into subsequent plats.
And that hadn't
We
been done
can't
yet.
say where it is, we can't say
No,
if it is.
But that hasn't been done yet.
Because they're, that's one of the proposed notes for this plat that we're here to approve tonight. But beyond that, we have absolutely no authority, whether I believe, either one of it, whether I believe any of it, it doesn't matter, because I don't have that authority, this board doesn't have that authority. We can make sure that there's a public notice on the plat, so that whoever looks at it, whoever tries to rely on it, gets correct information. Beyond that, we sit here like everybody else and wait for the courts. And then we will require them to record that on our plats. That's the extent of our obligation on it. It's the extent of our responsibility on it.
Thank you. More discussion by the commission? We're running on 3 hours.
I feel like that was very passive aggressive.
Are you talking to me? Oh, I'm absolutely passive aggressive. It's past my bedtime. I'd entertain a motion to do something. Because actually, right after this vote, I need to use the restroom. And I'm sure a couple other folks up here may have to as well. And we probably need about a 5-minute break for that, after the fact.
Well, I will make a motion that we approve PSP 2022-14, PDP 2022-15, and PDP 2022-24 with all of the conditions.
So I've got a motion by Mr. Smith.
I'll second that motion.
I got a second by Mr. Mifflin, and per request, we'll do roll call. James Stone,
Yes.
Dewan Garrett,
No.
Brad Green,
No.
Dan Smith,
Yes.
David Vest,
No.
Charlie Mifflin,
Yes.
Brett Shirley,
Yes.
and Mary Singer's recused herself, and the chair votes yes. Motion was approved. Thank you. Go up and sign the documents. Thank you all. We appreciate everybody who spoke against and for. We'll take about a 5-minute break.
Still don't have that.
Chair needs to use the
Right,
restroom.
we still don't have a thing until court set now. So
Let them do it.
yeah.
That's the thing, like, this could all get eliminated.
Exactly. We should have done it.
you have conversation, take it out in the hall or downstairs. We'll give it a couple seconds here for the other commissioners to come in or get seated.
Joe done made it back that fast? You can pass him out now?
Joe? Well, no, he didn't go get it. He ordered it. They're delivering it.
He got to come out now.
You really called? Well, I didn't Joe call for pizza.
I think these, as I was going, I think I put them this way.
No idea.
Come on in.
Yeah. Is this the one?
Yeah, this one.
Well, the other one I didn't. Well, I couldn't really find any clear-cut ground with that. But
Just slice it a little bit.
Oh, okay, to the booklet. Okay, yeah.
Council will not be getting that.
Whole lot of reading for no guy like me.
And we're going to summarize real nice.
Yeah.
I'm over that.
And I mean,
Sir? I'll take another one just in case. I'm greedy. Didn't even look at it.
That way you can read.
Yeah.
Ben, is Mary still here? Or did she leave? Singer. Okay. All right, again, we'll get started. Let's see, this is the last one on the agenda. Barclay Meadows Phase 2, under new business, request to amend common scheme of development for Barclay Meadows Phase 2, located north side of Cynthiana Road. Joe, all yours.
All right, yeah, I was,
Charlie, next meeting, we're gonna separate you and we're putting him down there.
Then who will
Just an
argue with?
FYI.
Who will argue with?
That's good. I love that.
I mean,
Go ahead.
yeah, what I'm gonna do is just introduce the application and then probably turn it over to Charlie to guide the procedural
Thank
stuff. This is a request to amend the common scheme of development in Barclay Meadows subdivision. This is a subdivision that was approved in 2000. Okay, this is the location. It's next to Toyota, north of Cynthiana, north of Pleasant Valley subdivision. It was approved in 2006, I believe, for 164 lots. It was developed in multiple phases. The first phase was developed, platted in 06 to 08, I believe. It was just a portion of the overall preliminary, so they put in the infrastructure for phase 1, platted these lots in 08. I should probably get these dates right, but they platted the first 38 lots in 2008, including the non-buildable, the kind of HOA lot behind that. That's a stormwater feature. Economic slowdown, 08, 09. It developed slowly, kind of sat there for a long time. The lots in the first phase were replatted a few times to make them a larger, consolidate lot lines, reduce the number of lots. That's where we were until the city passed a common scheme of development ordinance in 2015. And, okay, here's the timeline. That would have helped. City passed common scheme of development ordinance in 2015. Phases, the rest of the subdivision was then developed more recently in 2021. Phase 2 and 3 were platted for the remainder of the lots. These were the widths and sizes of the original preliminary approval. Phase 1, the lots are a little bit larger because they were replatted during the slowdown, trying to get the, I don't know the exact reason, but trying to get the subdivision up and running and get lots and houses sold in there. So common scheme of development ordinance requires, passed by the city, due to some issues in Canewood, but it was applied to every future subdivision and actually retroactive to existing subdivision. It said any subdivision has to be consistent from day one until the final house is constructed, final lots built on, maintain the same common scheme, which referred to the covenants and restrictions in the ordinance, common scheme, equals covenants and restrictions. Had to stay the same throughout, unless either you got 100% approval of all the owners, lot owners in the subdivision, or you came back to the planning commission through public hearing, notification of all the owners in the subdivision, and made a presentation to the planning commission on changes in market conditions that were necessitating to drink the changes and getting a vote of approval on the changes from the planning commission. So there are two options for changing that was set out in the ordinance. Phase 2 and 3 were developed, platted with the same covenants and restrictions in Phase 1. Subsequent to that, there was action at the homeowners association level to change those covenants. And kind of that's kind of the background. So they're coming back. We notified the current builder in the subdivision that they need to comply with the current covenants and restrictions or come back to the planning commission. They felt differently after consulting with the city attorney and city staff, basically, who was there when the original ordinance was drafted. They agreed that it was in there that 100% of the property owners needed to agree on the changes, or they needed to come back through this process, coming to the planning commission, making a presentation on change in market conditions that necessitated the change in covenants, and getting a vote of approval from the planning commission before they can move forward. So we notified the owner of the lots in phases 2 and 3, and there's a lot more detail than that, but that's basically a summary of it. And I will turn it over to Charlie to, well, let me just say one other thing. In discussing it with all the parties, we came to the conclusion that there are two things that need to be done. They need to show, because there's a dispute on the HOA board, whether the old board or the new board has the authority to come to the planning commission and ask for changes. We need to first to get you to make a determination as to whether they have the current owner of the lots, current builder in late phases 2 and 3. You need to make a determination as to whether they have standing to come before the planning commission and ask for this approval of the change in scheme. And if you do decide that they do have standing, then they need to make a presentation and present the changes in market conditions that are necessitating these changes in covenants and restrictions, and get an affirmative vote on that as well. So two steps. So a lot of legal issues involved. That's why I'm turning over to Charlie at this point to kind of guide the process.
Well, and what we have discussed with the various contestants is that the first discussion needs to be whether or not, and it's James Monroe, I forget now.
James Monroe.
But yes, who has filed the application. And the first issue they need to address is whether or not, under the ordinance, it's appropriate for Mr. Monroe to have filed the application. In other words, does he have standing to actually raise that issue? The ordinance in a number of places talks about the developer, because most of the time that this ordinance would apply is when you're filing plans. Either you've established the common scheme by your preliminaries and your HOAs and all that stuff. And it's more than just the HOAs and the restrictions there, it's also the plats. It's all that stuff. It's the whole thing that makes a subdivision. And and most of the time when it's being established, it's through the plans that are approved. And so it's it's often, most likely going to be a developer. But also in the ordinance, it says the applicant. Well, why didn't they use developer all the way through if in fact it was only the developer who could do that? And I can't imagine they used the different word, because there are going to be situations where someone other than, the developer might need to do this. Anyway, they're going to be talking about that. And we also discussed who should go first. Well, ordinarily, if this were a court, the person making the claim would go first. You know, whether that's a prosecutor bringing a charge, whether that's, you know, the plaintiff, you know, in either a contract case or a personal injury, it doesn't matter. The person making the claim. Well, the claim, in this case, the application is Mr. Monroe, but the claim that he doesn't have standing is the original HOA board, and Henry Smith is attorney representing them. So I discussed that with both sides. They all agree that's fine, and so Mr. Smith will go first. And the first issue will simply be the standing. If you were to decide, no, he doesn't have standing because he's not the developer, well, then that kind of ends it. If you decide he does have standing, then we would go into his presentation first because he's the one that's raising that issue, and he would need to show you then those substantial market changes that necessitate a change in that common scheme.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes, sir.
let me ask a few questions here.
Absolutely.
Or make some statements, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. And Mr. Smith probably can help. Barclay Meadows Homeowners Association was incorporated in August of 2014 by the original developer. Is that a fair statement? Okay. In September of 2015, Georgetown ordinance is what we're talking about, the common scheme of development. So when the HOA was incorporated, that ordinance had been in effect for a year, so they knew about the common scheme, that it should be carried out.
No, when the ordinance was adopted, the HOA had been in place for a year.
No, it hadn't, just the opposite. Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, right.
Yeah,
So 2016 was the ordinance?
yeah.
Yeah.
Or 2015.
15, okay.
15. But then in 2016, the developer turned the HOA over to the homeowners who elected their own officers.
Yes.
So they knew about the common scheme, that everything should stay the same.
Well, and even if they didn't know, the ordinance was
It's
in
an
effect,
ordinance.
so the ordinance
Right.
established
All right.
that that was the
So
case.
now my question is, then at some point in time, the development was sold, Mr. Billings, is that correct? And the developer sold off a number of the residential lots to Mr. Monroe. Okay? So then, did Mr. Monroe approach the HOA and request a meeting to discuss change of common scheme?
He did.
And we'll get into
Okay.
that.
Let's do-
Those meetings took place. They may not have had any resolutions, but yeah, some meetings took place.
Okay. All right, so that's all I wanted to establish, is that things were established and were in place, and
And the ordinance makes pretty clear, although it's one of the, I think, one of the hardest things to read, because there's so many different situations, and they use parallel language in all of it, and you gotta go back and make sure you know where you are. But it does, ultimately, when you get to be fairly comfortable with it, it's clear that any new development after the ordinance, that's how a common scheme is developed. But also, any development already approved, then in effect, the ordinance comes into effect with that common scheme already in place.
Yeah.
So that effective with the ordinance, you've got existing common schemes, and you've got the process of how the new ones will develop their common scheme. And then after that, it's pretty much the same thing. Either you follow it, so that house number one and house number however many can count on and have confidence in what's going to happen, or everybody, or come back to you all. And this is, by the way, we've had one other where this issue came up, and this is now number two, and this is much more an issue than the only one that we've actually dealt with, which was last year sometime, I think.
And so my last question is to define common scheme of development. what does that mean? Does that mean that all the houses should look alike? Should they all be the same square footage or about? Or should their value be the same? What is common scheme of development?
All right, let me find you the, unfortunately, it doesn't set out a, here's the definition, but it's in here, so let me just find it. Yeah, there's another place where the list is even longer, let me find it. And Nathan can probably speak up and remember just exactly which paragraph that one's in.
C2, I think is the appropriate paragraph. Existing developments
C2?
that haven't been platted yet, or that have.
For existing developments and subdivisions that have received approval for planning commission, at least one final subdivision plat or final development plan is where it defines it.
Yeah, it just says covenants, conditions.
Now, here's where I think the best definition of it in place. The common scheme of the development for the entire subdivision or development shall be determined by incorporation of all existing covenants, conditions, easements, servitudes, deed restrictions, homeowners association requirements, all of which that are set forth in the preliminary development plans, preliminary subdivision plans, master plans, final plats, final plans, or filed, and other things, filed of record in the county clerk's office. So basically, it's a composite, not just what's described in the HOA documents or described in the deeds, but you put them all together, and this gives you an image, you know, a mental image of what this development is. And buyers from 1 to 500 must be able to rely on that. You can certainly make changes within that if that doesn't really change, you know, the nature of the development. But at some point, significant changes change the nature of the development. And if that's the case, that's not to be allowed unless consent of all the property owners or come back to you guys.
All right. I'm through.
And if there are no more questions, and I bet Mr. Smith is probably itching to go.
I thought you were talking about Dad Smith. I was like, Dan doesn't get to leave.
No.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Henry Smith, and tonight I'm representing Barkley Meadows Homeowners Association Incorporated. Elsewhere, I am counsel for 2 different joint planning and zoning operations, and it's work that I love. I would ask for a show of hands from people who were board members of the HOA as of the beginning of this month, and people who have lived in the subdivision for a year or longer. And thank you. I know the Planning Commission knows this is not a popularity contest. It's just my intent to put a human face on the cause that I'm representing to you tonight. We're here to talk about threshold issues right now, and my contention to you is this, that the Planning Commission should not hear what a court must decide. And it's a little more nuanced, I guess, than the identity of the developer or the HOA. It's a question of ratification of documents that are put before you. I've provided your counsel and staff with a letter. I believe it's been circulated to you. It lays out our position. I'll hit the high points. But I want to differentiate this case from the Singer property. In that case, from what I gather, there was an easement that was tied up in litigation, and one of the contentions was leave that off of drawings, or at least note the fact that it's subject to litigation. That lets the matter go forward. Our contention to you is that in this case, litigation ties up the very validity of this proceeding. It's the whole ballgame. It's not just something you can table and put to the side. We filed a lawsuit regarding HOA governance, and we would ask that this matter be postponed until the lawsuit is resolved. This is our position, that homeowners association assent is a requirement in your change of scheme ordinance. The ordinance talks about HOA buy-ins, Mr. Perkins has outlined, with either 100% sign-on from all landowners, or, I'll go through the language here, a perpetual scheme running with the land, binding on all successors and assigns. And you have to have that before you can have planning commission approval. That language signals that you have to have something that's recordable with the county clerk. And for that document to be proper for recording, it has to be approved by the HOA. You have to have something approved by the HOA, and the document submitted to you tonight has not been approved by the HOA. There was no 100% sign-off of landowners. There's no documents representing that. Our technical objections to this application and to many other issues are laid out in the lawsuit, but they boil down to this. Monroe Homes called a special meeting on April 6th of both the HOA and the board, and used it to hold a vote on the common scheme amendment that's being presented tonight. And Monroe also used the meeting to hold new board elections, booting existing board members with whom Monroe had previously been in talks. This time, I didn't get these to you earlier, I'd like to pass out some exhibits. This is Mr. Burton's. These are the members. What I'm tendering to you are the letter of notice. It's a whole stack of documents, but the first one on there is the letter of notice for the meeting, and you'll see that it comes from James Monroe Homes, as well as Secretary of State records showing who the board was as of the beginning of the month before this purported board meeting. Our argument is that that board meeting was improperly held, and so actions taken at that board meeting, including ratification of the amendment, are invalid. Monroe was neither the president of the board, nor was Monroe the majority of the board. So Monroe lacked any authority to call a special meeting. The HOA bylaws require that either the president or a majority of the board of directors of the HOA call a special meeting, and without that authority, our argument to you is that no special meeting was held, and any actions taken thereof at that meeting are void. It's worth noting that we filed suit before the meeting was held. I attended that Zoom meeting, the purported April 6th board meeting. I voiced our objection based on the suit. Where there's a legal question as to HOA governance, that legal question must be determined by a court. I've cited to your counsel an instructive case which says that an administrative body, like this one, is entitled to make determinations about its jurisdiction. Can we answer this question, yes or no? You all can do that. But in answering those jurisdictional questions, you're limited by what the statutes that create this body provides. And KRS Chapter 100 on planning commissions does not talk about hearing or deciding on issues of HOA governance. You have to have HOA approval as a prerequisite to the application, but where the status of that approval is challenged, particularly where it's been put before the circuit court, as it has here, this body respectfully possesses no jurisdiction over the matter. I urge you to leave it to the court. Otherwise, you can't be sure that you have a proper application before you tonight. Other issues in the suit, voting power, who holds the authority to appoint or elect the board, the authority to sign off on building plans, arguably that transitions away from the developer to the HOA. The fact that Monroe Homes has gone forward and entered into contracts to build homes without resolving the common scheme question, and in our opinion, without dealing with the bylaws and the covenant's mandates for how to effect change or how to obtain HOA support, the fact that Monroe has gone forward without dealing with these matters should not compel you to hurry and decide this matter in the face of reasons for showing caution. We submit that the legal challenges in Scott Circuit Court counsel against the Planning Commission wading into this dispute. I expect tonight, or in court proceedings, to hear challenges to my client's legal status. And when I'm talking about my client, now I'm talking about the board as it existed on April 1st. I expect to hear challenges along the lines of, did they follow their own bylaws? Was the HOA operating, or was it dormant and subject to replacement? I'm gathering proof and arguments to support their position in court. I have with me tonight, and I've tendered to your counsel, minutes from early meetings, fee notices that show ongoing HOA authority. But again, I believe these questions are to be resolved by the circuit court. We believe that the matters that we're raising at this point give good reason to pause and forego the merits and to not go on with any hearing tonight. There was a discussion Monday night at the workshop that I wanted to address as well. There was a question of, if we postpone this a month, what will that solve? Will there be any difference a month later? And I'd ask you not to think about it in terms of what will 1 month buy. At the pace the courts work, it may not buy anything. But I'm asking you to resist ruling on something that a court might undo. I'd ask you not to give license to building out development prospects that are the subject of a legal challenge. At the rate of construction, our complaints could quickly be overwhelmed. And so with that, I'd ask you not to hear this matter tonight, and I'd welcome any questions, unless that's scheduled for later.
This is one of the units that's been built?
This is a currently under construction Monroe home.
Okay.
These pictures are for later, but
How many of those are there?
that's part of Mr. Monroe's presentation. I can't give you an answer on that. So.
Has Scott Circuit Court given you a date?
They have not. As of today, I don't believe there was a return of service. We made service upon the registered agent, but no.
So you said that the HOA had a meeting that Mr. Monroe attended, is that correct?
The April 6th meeting that I'm talking about was called by James Monroe.
No, before that. Before that, did Mr. Monroe ever request a meeting before the HOA, before this April 6th meeting?
I believe it was, and Mr. Billings may have to help me on this one, I believe it was Titan Kentucky Holdings that was present at the previous February meeting with the HOA, but Titan remains co-developer of this property, at least until they filed a termination. I don't think that's been filed yet, so.
So did they?
But I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner.
That's all right, go ahead.
There has been extensive communication between Mr. Monroe and the HOA board and HOA members.
So have he requested a change of scheme to the existing board? And what was your all's response to that?
Unanimously, no.
Actually, hang on, what I'd probably have to have you do is come up to the microphone.
Let Mr. Smith answer for us.
Ms. Mitchell.
What do you want to swear me in because I didn't, Charlie?
Well, if I might suggest, though, I understand your desire and everybody's desire to talk, but I think you're right. For right now, we need to leave this first legal issues to the attorney.
Okay, let's do that.
So if Mr. Smith is comfortable that that is in fact what you all would testify to, then he just needs to tell us that, and then we can correct that later if in fact there's some error to that.
Thank you.
So he requested a change and the homeowners association said no?
Yes.
Our deed restrictions say.
Hang on, let the attorney answer, please.
I'm going to have to defer to my clients on this. This is the matter of their early negotiations.
Okay, we'll wait until later then.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No, I'm just letting him
Okay. Other questions for this attorney? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have the attorney representing Mr. Monroe speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Steve Vickroy. I represent, actually, Via Vitae Development LLC is Mr. Monroe's company. He does business as James Monroe Homes. At the workshop Monday afternoon, we agreed that we would address this issue of standing. However, before I do that, I'm actually going to address another issue. While the conclusion is different, I want the same result that Mr. Smith asked for this commission to say it doesn't need to hear this. And I also want to address one comment that Joe made, and I apologize, Joe, but the actual ordinance doesn't say that this common scheme stays in place until the very last home is built. With that said, I'll get to that argument later, but the power of this commission, I don't believe lasts until that last home is built unless there is something to kick in the jurisdiction of this commission. And so with that, this is not any attempt by a developer to make sweeping changes in a common scheme or development. We're only asking for two changes now. And that is the percentage of brick on the exterior surfaces of the home and the square footage of the living space. If we get to the second argument, Mr. Monroe will address that for you. But that's all we're asking for. And so this is not that sweeping attempt. This is not action being taken in advance of approval of any further development of the property. It's fully developed. This commission has approved all these plats. There is actually nothing more for this commission to do. with regard to the development of this subdivision. And in our opinion, this is something that is not required for this commission to address under the ordinance. I've put a copy in front of everybody, but I want to direct your attention to 706, or 702C. Sorry about that, I got ahead of myself. And if you look at subsections 1, subsection 3, and subsection 4, you're going to find language in there that says, for the approval of a final development plan or a final subdivision plat, this matter has to come before the Planning Commission. We're not asking for approval of any development plan or any further subdivision plat. That's already been done. So you don't have jurisdiction to address this issue under subsections 1, 3, and 4. And subsection 2, as Charlie pointed out earlier, delineates what the elements of that common scheme of development are. So I won't go over what Charlie has already talked with you about. So with that, we don't have additional new annexed or future sections, units, or phases that we need this commission to approve. Everything's already been approved. This is a matter that's left to the property owners and the members of the homeowners association. Is the provisions of subsection 5 and subsection 6 that we believe prevent this matter from being within the purview of the commission at this time. Subsection 5, it doesn't place any kind of time limit whatsoever on this. I mean, if the homeowners wanted to do something like this 5, 10, 20, even 30 years down the road, do they have to come back to this commission to make a change in something that one homeowner objects to? I don't think that that's what the city thought when they enacted this ordinance, but it's something that got left out of the thought process when this ordinance was adopted. I just don't think that that's what was intended, and that burden on this commission that already has more than enough to deal with shouldn't have to do. We submit that the authority over the common scheme of development ceases when there is no further action by the Planning Commission to approve any further plats, any further development plans. There's nothing left for this commission to do to deal with this subdivision. Now, conversely, subsection 6 provides a mechanism that if there was a further subdivision of lots, or if there was an attempt to amend a development plan that would have to bring this matter back before the commission, you reacquire jurisdiction to address if that application seeks to change the common scheme of development and those elements that are set out in subsection 2. But since all the land in Barkley Meadows has been fully platted, fully approved, we think this matter is best left to the property owners and the members of the HOA, not this commission. And with that, then I'll go to address the issue of standing. And I've got some documents, some of which I think Mr. Smith may have provided to you, some of which he may not. But I've got copies for you. But this set of documents will go, I'm not asking you, and I'm not going to cite you to anything, but this I will just mention after each section that I argue about with regard to standing. I'm going to mention that documents are in there that if you wanted to look at, you are welcome to do so. But standing itself is just a legal term that a party appearing before a tribunal, whether it be administrative, like this one, or whether it be a court of law, must have a recognized interest in the subject matter. That's all that is required. And I want to let you know that Via Vitae Development is the largest single property owner in the subdivision. Via Vitae Development is also a holder of the majority of votes in the homeowners association. And that James Monroe, a member of Via Vitae Development, has recently been elected to the Barclay Meadows Homeowners Association as president and a member of the board of directors. Other Via Vitae Development employees fill 3 of the remaining 6 directorships and also were elected as officers. That meeting, we believe, was appropriately held pursuant to statute. And with that, even though there may have been a certain restriction within the bylaws, if it was held pursuant to statute, we believe it was proper. Notice was given, Mr. Smith provided you that, an agenda, and only the matters in that notice, which is a requirement by KRS Chapter 273, only those matters in that agenda were handled at that meeting. In addition, you're going to see some emails in there that Mr. Monroe received from members of the Homeowners Association Board that have admitted that officers were never really elected pursuant to statute for the Homeowners Association. And because of that, we take the position, and we will in court, obviously, but we want to let you know that we believe they don't have the authority to challenge what we've done. Now, it may seem like it's a situation where this is a developer trying to push things on somebody, but no, this is one of their property owners who owns a majority of the property that is, has exercised his rights that are given to him under not only the bylaws, but also under the covenants and conditions and restrictions that this court, or not this court, this commission, my apologies. With that said, that this commission has before it and will see a copy of. In addition, there are instruments of conveyance in which the original developer conveyed any rights of a developer to Titan Development or Titan Kentucky Holdings, who's Mr. Billings' client, who then, in a recent transaction when Mr. Monroe bought this property, those development rights were transferred to him. And so by virtue of that, and that transferability was put forth in the covenant, so it is part of that common scheme as well, and provides Mr. Monroe the right to exercise certain rights that the developer had originally. And finally, we're here before this court, and I think with regard to the most important issue in standing, is because on February 9th, Mr. Perkins wrote a letter that you'll see a copy of that brought all this matter to Mr. Monroe's attention. And wanting to be a citizen in compliance with whatever ordinances are out there and whatever statutory provisions this commission wants to enforce, decided it's better to address this and go forward rather than say, no, we don't think that's right. So we had meetings, and as a result of those, we've streamlined a whole lot of changes that were in an initial amendment to the covenants, conditions, and restrictions. And now only 2 of those issues are changed from the original set of restrictions. So with that said, I think Mr. Monroe actually does have standing to be here. And if you don't rule that this commission really does not need to hear this because its jurisdiction ended when the final plats were approved, then I would strongly urge you to rule that Mr. Monroe, because of his ownership of property in the subdivision, because of his exercise of rights as the largest member of the HOA with the most votes. And he did properly notice and call this meeting pursuant to statute, that he does have standing to be here, especially with regard to the fact that that letter on February 9th, issued by Mr. Perkins, was directed to him, not to the HOA. He does have standing. Thank you.
I do have a quick.
that letter in here?
It should be the
Very back
very
up.
last thing in that set of documents that was clipped together.
Mr. Vickroy?
Yes.
How many homes are currently construction?
I believe there are 21 homes with 19 owners.
No,
Nope,
not yet.
there are 21 homes, I believe.
Okay. Okay, 22.
Under
So
this
we still have
scheme here?
roughly 128 lots that are not built.
Right. Two of which are HOA lots.
There's one that is built.
Now, we're talking about Unit 1, and those aren't
Okay.
owned by.
I mean, I just want to get a close
Yeah,
number. Doesn't have to
occupied
be-
homes.
Exactly.
Let's do that.
So question, I guess maybe I'm looking at as I've kind of flipped through these documents, on some of these board meetings, I have 126 votes, or 147.
February, yes. What,
So yeah,
on the-
we can't, these are the attorneys.
let
right
me
now,
clear this
so
up, yes. On
explain
February
how am I getting
1st,
147 votes out of 19 homeowners.
because Mr. Monroe had acquired the property by then, they'd been platted, so there were lots. So each lot is given a vote under the covenants.
And as owner of the property, he gets each vote.
He gets one vote per lot, absolutely.
So how many votes currently, roughly, does Mr. Monroe have?
126.
Okay, that kind of helps
Absolutely.
me
So
understand.
that's how it came about?
Yes,
That he was
and-
elected president and the other officers?
Yeah, that was done on April 6th. The February 1st meeting was actually called by the prior developer. You had, I think, wanted to
That's
address that
Titan?
with Mr. Billing?
Titan?
Yeah.
It's gonna be,
And on this packet, it says sent November 18th of
Yeah,
22.
yeah, they originally had a meeting in December, yes.
Because it says 22.
Okay, that-
November
it should be
18th,
21.
21, okay.
Yes. And that meeting was held and then postponed to a later time when notice would be given again to address the original changes to the CCR. So yes, Mr. Monroe attended that meeting as a lot owner, because by then, he acquired them sometime in January. So yes, he did attend that meeting and he exercised his right to vote.
So, Mr. Perkins? Although this is a homeowners association, you don't have to have a home to vote. You can be a property owner.
You know, I've read that section of their documents. No, I believe you get your, your rights when you purchase the home, not when you move into I'm sorry,
The
when you
home or the
purchase
lot?
the lot, not when you move into the finished home. I may be mistaken.
No, but that is clear. That is
That-
absolutely set out in the original covenants. So that's never been changed.
Mr. Perkins, is now the time to continue digging at kernels, or are we still procedurally hearing?
Well, are you at a stopping point?
I am, because actually, Mr. Monroe, if we get
Well,
past
yeah,
these
yeah,
issues.
We're not ready for change of scheme yet.
Okay, yeah, I'll just wait.
So you know what, I'd like to say we take about a 15-minute break. Because we're going in there to have a piece of pizza, because I'm tired.
11 o'clock.
If nothing further, thank you all.
Thank you.
Very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be.
Let's take a 10 or 15-minute, stretch our legs, and then come back and listen to the rest of it.
sleeping all night when I get home.
My desk looks like Charlie's desk. No, I mean.
It's been easy. I just got like 3 or 4 now. I gave up everything in Newtown.
Okay.
I just got the Luke's property there on 62, and then of course Luther's old place on Delaplane, you know, and my family farm there on Delaplane next to that, and then well, that's it. 1, 2, 3. And then my little place at home is where we're at Luther's. And wondering why every this time every year.
Charlie needs to go to the restroom.
I'll call timeout in a minute and
All
run.
right, we're gonna get ready to start again. I think we've heard from both attorneys. I think. Oh, Nathan, are we gonna hear Charlie from Nathan before we ask for your thoughts and opinions?
Shaking his head no.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. You didn't have a presentation?
I've always got one, but I'm.
No, that's all right. Sit down. He's sick.
So we've had both attorneys speak, answer some questions. At this point, I think we look to you as our attorney.
Mr. Chairman, might I offer just one clarifying rebuttal?
Come on up to the microphone if you don't mind.
While I could find more to say, I think the main one is that in order to exercise his 100 some odd votes, Monroe Homes would have to have a properly called meeting, and that's our contention, that there was no properly called meeting at which to ratify the amendment that's before you tonight. I think
So
that's
based off of what he said about the meeting and alleging it's properly, what's the gap in your all's belief of it being a properly called meeting?
that the bylaws say that in order to have a special meeting, it must be called by the president of the HOA or a majority of the board. And it was called by, admittedly, a majority lot owner, but not by the majority of the board of directors and not by the president. And so any action taken there was invalid.
Okay.
And that's what's in front of the court now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say one thing in rebuttal to that. I don't know if you heard me or not, but when I said it was properly called, we said pursuant to statute. If it's allowed by law, it doesn't matter what the bylaws say. So with that said, we believe it was a properly called meeting pursuant to KRS 273-193. Thank you.
That's why it's in litigation.
Do you have a copy of that, by the way, Steve? Because my feeble recollection is that it talks about if the bylaws and all do not provide otherwise.
Yeah, the very last sentence of it addresses that.
Now, in the documentation giving to somebody as they become a homeowner or a member of the HOA, in the established bylaws, does it allude to them being superseded by said statute? Is that knowledge of the HOA members going forward as they become members?
Well, whether ignorance of the law is no excuse is what I would say to that. And I don't, in using that, I'm only quoting a euphemism. But no, it does not matter whether or not they know, because the statutory law applies regardless.
Then why not just defer them to that? Why provide them with
Well, I didn't draft the bylaw, so, you know, if I would have incorporated something to this effect and would have given members of a sufficient number the right to call a meeting, but I didn't draft it, so. With that said, that may not answer your question sufficiently, but that's the best that I can offer.
I understand Steve's argument. I'm not so sure that I agree, because as he says, the last sentence of that provision says, in the absence of a provision that says how many and who and what percentage may call. Well, bylaws do say that. I'm not so sure they're all real consistent, but they did talk about, at least the one section I recall at the moment, the president or maybe a majority of the members of the board, I think maybe. I don't recall if it said a number of actual members can do it, but members of the board or the president or the chair, whatever
It said,
it's
and the
called.
president specifically, right?
Yes.
I think Mr. Billings would like to speak. I see him bouncing up in his chair, he's like a
I
little
couldn't help
kid.
myself.
It is within the 24-hour period, isn't it?
Well, this is where, so I have three hats that I'm here for tonight. First is I represent Titan Kentucky Holdings, who was the second developer in the chain of title, who sold 126 residential lots to James Monroe. We still own 2 HOA lots, and we jointly share the development rights with James Monroe until the HOA lots are transferred to the HOA. Okay, so we share joint development rights right now. We have not exercised those, nor has James Monroe exercised those. The
HOA lots, you mean?
I'm sorry?
The 2 HOA?
The 2 HOA, they're green space
Okay.
lots, they're non-buildable,
Okay.
they're like the floodplain.
I understand that this.
The special meetings that were called are valid under Kentucky law, or at least I can say this, the one called in February is valid. I don't know about the one in April, I wasn't involved in it. One in February was valid, and the one called in December was valid. Because the bylaws don't have a provision that specifically set forth a percentage of numbers for the members to call a meeting. And under Kentucky law, the board can call a special meeting, or the president, but there has to be a provision that the members can also call a meeting. And that's why the statute says in the absence of a provision, you have to have this percentage. So that way the members always have protection, that they can do something if they get the statutory percentage.
But are you saying that in the absence of a provision, but the provision in fact was in their bylaws? is it
It's not. The provision is for the directors or for the president, but there's no provision for the members to actually call it. And so therefore, that the statute says, and I'm just going to quote it, in the absence of a provision fixing the number or proportion of members, so it doesn't say of directors or of officers, it says of members, entitled to call a special meeting, so there's no question of fact that there is no provision in the bylaws regarding that. A special meeting of members may be called by members having 1/20th of the votes entitled to be cast at such meeting. Now, that's the law on this. I don't know that whether you agree with this law or not matters for the outcome tonight. Because I think that whether the special meeting is a red herring, because you all don't have the legal jurisdiction, respectfully, to determine whether it's a legal meeting or not. Your all's question is whether whoever's the applicant here, which is not me, so it's somebody else, has standing to bring whatever application it is to you for you to vote on. It's not about whether the meeting was valid or not valid. So I want to correct on the law, but I don't want to, I want to focus on the correct issue at hand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I really don't disagree with that except for one thing, and this is, there's a matter of degrees. It's not black and white. Rereading this, I do think you're right, absolutely right, though, about if there's no proportion of the members, then, but anyway, that's another thing. But as far as your authority to determine standing, if you will, we do that every application because somebody can't file an application for zoning or anything else unless they own the property or they've got a contract on the property. I can't come in and file an application on your home, nor you on mine. We would determine that. Staff would look at that and say, wait a minute, you don't have any right to do this. So we do have, now, how far does that go, I think is a legitimate issue. Because I am terribly tempted to say, guys, this is beyond our scope. And I don't want to do that because these are important issues and I would love to get them resolved. It almost makes me think I would almost rather default to let's look at just what the ordinance told us to look at. Are there significant changes in market conditions and leave the rest of it to a court determination?
If we did that and the court then determined there wasn't standing and the change in development scheme was invalid, the houses are built, right?
No, they're not.
No, but if let's say we approved the change in development scheme, they go forward then at that point, right? Is there anything stopping them from building? If we were to approve the change in development scheme? I'm sorry, but So then you have 126 houses up under development scheme that's not approved, right?
Or at the same time, if we're able to stop everything and wait 8 months for the court to answer, then we also have a builder that's out of business.
Yeah, I
So
certainly wouldn't
we
want to
don't
hack the
want
builder that way
either of those
either.
things.
Right.
We want to get these issues resolved. And
I guess
while-
though, my question, then, the homes are already there, so it's
Well,
irrelevant then
there's-
at that point, right?
There's a number of them that
Yeah.
are underway and maybe even near completion on them.
Just one under seven, was under near completion.
But 21 total have been built?
The original 21 or 22.
Got it.
Which is phase
Okay, this is
one.
the only one under the new development scheme. Got it, okay, understand that.
One other thing, and this really isn't, well, I guess this is partially standing too. Steve was arguing that once that final plat is approved, we're done, and we don't, our authority, our jurisdiction does not then, spring forth again, unless there's new application. And while ordinarily, in probably any other context, I would say that's absolutely true, because we can only do what the statute says we can do. And we don't have anything after we've approved that subdivision plat, and they're off doing their thing, well, except obviously inspections and whatnot. The section, however, again, it refers to applicant, not to developer. And I don't know why it would say applicant if it has to be the developer each time. That doesn't make sense to me. But an applicant may seek an amendment, and then we're talking to the common scheme. And this, other than an amendment in pursuant to subsection C1. Well, C1 is where there is a final plat yet to be approved. So that is the developer they're talking about. Well, this is not in that case. This is for a case other than where there's another final plat waiting in the wings. And you can change it, you can show a change, that market conditions have changed, necessitating, and so on. Sworn statement, notifying everybody and all this, you've got to then show the planning commission those material changes, blah, blah, blah. Then it says, an applicant shall submit additional new annexed future sections. Well, that's back to saying there's a final plat in the wings. That's confusing to me. Well, but then you read the next bloody paragraph, and it says, the planning commission shall review that common scheme to see if it's still applicable, if it meets 4, 1, and 2, and it leaves out 3 where it talks about adding additional annexed areas. It seems to me it's trying to say that you don't have to have another division in the works for P&Z to be here. Now, can the city create jurisdiction in us for this? Or if they can't, and generally speaking, no, they can't, we're a statutory body, we're not a city ordinance body.
The city's position on it, the city attorney's position, because she's not here tonight, correct?
No, they're not here. Their position is that it's perpetual unless P&Z changes it or 100% of the owners agree to it, whether there's another plat in the wings or not. I really think that as much as I would love going down all these rabbit holes, these might actually be wormholes, but I think perhaps the chair should simply rule that we have only one appropriate issue before us, and that's whether or not there have been substantial material changes in market conditions justifying the changes that are being proposed. Then if somebody wants to file an appeal and the court say, you people, you should have looked at standing, well then, we'll learn something. But otherwise, I think we could sit here and argue about standing until morning and then probably have to reconvene some other time and pick it up again and eventually actually get to the subject matter that we're probably the only one that I'm very comfortable that we're justified in dealing with. And that is, should we approve a change in common scheme? it looks so good when you diagram it on paper, but when you start actually doing it, you start making sausage again, and that just doesn't look good. Anyway, I would certainly welcome, Mr. Chair, either attorney to say, that's a terrible mistake, or, let's get at it or something. But I think that's probably the direction we ought to go, or unless staff maybe, says I've just been up too long, which is very possible.
I'm open for thoughts, discussions, whatever.
Mr. Smith, you look like you were gonna get up when we were talking about the meeting and the statute versus the ordinance. No, did you have
Just to
something?
point out the point that Mr. Perkins raised about the statute fills in where the bylaws are silent. I understand that other arguments have been raised, and I think that's a matter for the circuit court.
And that obviously is yet another position. So either I think we should go to it, or with the existence of the court action, perhaps the commission might want to just say this is simply above our pay grade and let the court, work it out. I don't like to say that unless the court action, and I know the argument is it is directly on point, but generally I like for us to do our jobs and be done with it and let people move on. But this is really going beyond land use and land planning.
So then I would probably entertain a motion voted by the commission, not just me personally, to do such to say it's above our pay grade.
It's either above ours, or we're going straight to the one question, and all these other things that are legally incredibly vital to the discussion, but that's probably something.
But the one question being, is it truly a change of common scheme of development?
Or is it justified?
Yeah, I think that would be the one question we probably should deal with is, are there significant changes to marketing conditions justifying a change in common scheme? Or,
And what are those changes?
oh, now that's a presentation that Mr. Monroe has to make yet.
But Mr. Smith's saying he doesn't have the right.
Well,
to be here to
and
make a
that's true, but
presentation.
he's also prepared to argue, changing conditions too.
Yeah.
But the options would be, we either go straight to the heart of the matter and leave those fine legal points, which are so fascinating, but tonight so damning, leave those to the court, or leave the whole thing to the court because they're also intertwined.
Well, I feel like there was a homeowner association in place that should have the authority over the change of scheme. But then you get to the city ordinance, and the summary here, number 4, provides a mechanism for the common scheme of development to be amended upon a change of market conditions. We don't know what those are yet. Notice to all lot owners within the subdivision, which he did, but I don't know that he had the authority to do, or development and a hearing before the planning commission. So.
Is the point you're driving at a cart before the horse issue?
Yeah, I think so.
That it should have been here before any changes were made, regardless of the HOA situation, what meetings they had?
No.
Well, I'm just saying that he should, regardless of how their situation fell out, he should have come to us first.
No, because the HOA had the authority first.
Yeah, I'm not discounting them. I'm not discounting them.
Should've went to the HOA first.
Yes.
Yes, I agree with that.
Which he did.
I was gonna say, which he did.
I guess what I'm trying to
Didn't
say
like
is we
their
should have heard
answer.
this before it became a major issue.
Didn't like their answer, so we established a new HOA.
Yeah.
Now, was that legal or not?
Right.
Well, so there you go. That is perhaps even higher above our pay grade.
Yeah, and that's what the courts are trying to decide.
Trying to decide, right?
Is that correct?
Well, actually, the suit was filed before that happened.
Yeah.
The board replacement took place after the suit was filed.
But I think it was a forced new board because he had 127 lots. He made himself president, he made the attorney vice president, and formed his own board because he felt like he had the power to do it because he had 127 lots out of 149 or whatever it is.
So the original suit did not,
Other than Mr. Monroe owned the lot. That's the other big question.
the original suit was filed before the new HOA, the alleged new HOA.
April 5th, and it mentioned the fact that a special meeting had been called for April 6th, and it challenges the actions taken at that meeting.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the notices that are required under the bylaws and, there's statutory limits, but the bylaws set specific limits, had to be mailed out in March. They chose to file this in the 23rd hour. And with that, we knew about the lawsuit because Mr. Smith indicated he was going to be in attendance. So with that, I'm not going to point fingers or anything, but, we had to do certain things in advance pursuant to the bylaws and applicable law.
The thing is
Get
though,
this meeting set.
say the HOA stuff aside, say the HOA is fine and dandy, that's cool.
Before this board.
Even if the HOA agreed to the change, should it not have come here before that happened? That's what I'm getting at.
Charlie, I think, and I'm gonna kind
well,
of
it
speak
would.
pretty,
Not if they 100% agreed to the changes.
But as a planning and zoning board, we agreed to a certain type of development to be there for a certain reason.
Right.
And so if the HOA, if it were hunky-dory, whatever, hypothetically, say if the HOA said, hell with it, we're gonna do townhomes now, and that's not what we agreed to.
But if everybody in the neighborhood agrees 100%, they can change it. Is that
But
not
they
correct?
didn't.
No, because that's not what we zoned it for, or allowed it
Well,
for.
they
We're here to maintain.
They can change the scheme.
They couldn't
They
do
could
that,
change
but
the
they could
scheme,
change.
yeah. They
Just-
couldn't go to
well,
multifamily, but they
yeah,
could go
but it
to
would
siding
take
instead
100%
of,
vote.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. They couldn't go to townhomes, that'd be multifamily, but.
Well, okay,
That's a
okay, well,
different
say,
zone now.
well,
They
what
could go
if
to
it,
siding.
but what if it went from whatever the original deed restrictions, or however you want to refer to it, say what if it went from 1,800 square foot, 100% brick homes, and we okayed that to preserve a character and property value of a certain area, and then all of a sudden they said, nah, we're just gonna do 900 square foot, all vinyl shotgun houses, like, does that
I
not
think if 100% of
undermine
them agree,
our
that would be
intention?
okay, right?
If 100% of them agree, they could
They could
change
do that as the HOA.
But
as
see, those
townhomes.
are things that we don't have jurisdiction over in the first place. We can approve what the developer proposes. We can't dictate a 2,500 square foot or a shotgun.
That's all I'm asking.
But they
Yeah,
establish
okay,
it.
That's fine.
When they establish it, and this was established in Unit 1, then what we can do is make sure that Unit 2 is consistent with it, unless they show the major changes or 100% of the owners approve.
Mr. Perkins, that's a question for clarification.
Yes, sir. If the chair allowed you.
Mr. Chairman, that's a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Billings.
What happens if a lot in Unit 1 was built or constructed on that's also not consistent with this common scheme of development?
I think you'd have an enforcement opportunity against that owner of Lot 1.
By them or by the HOA though? By the staff of the HOA?
You know,
Maybe
I
by
would say
both.
by the staff, but as you know, we don't do that. We enforce things based on reporting.
Okay.
There's too many things that need enforcement, and we don't have an army.
So,
But yes, we would, individual owners would, the HOA would, there'd be lots of enforcement opportunity. But that one would not be a change of scheme, that would be a violation of the common scheme.
so Charlie, I think before we let the attorneys keep going on for hours and hours and hours.
They can do that
I
too.
know
Doesn't
they
it just drive you crazy?
So Monday, I used some pretty harsh words that I won't use today. We've talked about getting in the middle of HOAs and fighting and interfighting, and I talked about that Monday, that I said I feel like as a planning and zoning commission, we should not do. And I really truly believe this is above our pay grade to get in between them, and I think this needs to be held and decided by the courts, not a planning and zoning commission.
I agree, but like Charlie said, it may take 8 months for the court to look at it. You know,
Yeah,
and
but-
so then what does Mr. Monroe do in the meantime?
If I'm a developer and I buy.
He needs to build them just like they're supposed to be built. No offense to him, but that's just.
But if I'm, Charlie, and please answer me, and maybe even the attorneys can answer, if he's the second or third developer who has bought this property, aren't you supposed to look at the conditions or the provisions in what the clauses say you need to build, whether it's 85% brick or whatever, and maybe, shame on James Monroe, maybe, and I apologize if I'm wrong, should he not have known what he was buying when he was buying it?
Well, and I don't know what all answer might be given, but one thing I've simply got to say, it wasn't because somebody didn't do due diligence. This Monroe fellow is a freak. He does such due diligence.
I'm not sure if that was a compliment or anything.
And he understands it. No, that's a compliment.
It's 130 pages in front of you.
I have had so many meetings with developers through the years, and you guys even more, and I guarantee you there's never been a developer more prepared than this guy. I mean, he's almost scary. So that I know is not the case. It may well be the case that he looked at bylaws and said, this is how it's done, and we just happen to have this ordinance from 2015, which throws an enormous kink into the way HOAs generally work. So, no, that I think is what we're dealing with.
Is the lawsuit trying to determine whether the meeting was, whether it was a good meeting or not, whether it was legal?
Well, actually, the suit was filed before this particular meeting, but it is in fact who's got authority,
Right.
who's got, who's appropriate and where's the decision-making authority.
The problem is that we don't know right now whether it was appropriate or not.
We could come up with our uneducated,
Yes,
ideas.
we can, but it's not our job to do that.
No, sir, it's not.
But if we hear it, similar to the discussion about putting an easement on a plat, if we hear it, are we acknowledging the legitimacy of?
No, because,
Okay.
well, in a, I guess you could arguably say that's the case, but no, because we don't have that authority.
Okay.
So we could hear something, just the most convoluted, wonderful thing in the world, but if it's not something we have authority over, that doesn't change the status of that, whatever that thing is. Well,
So
that
the
brought the
attorneys
place
have
to a
all
plat. I
spoken.
like that.
Can, Mr. Monroe, I don't know if we can jump to Mr. Monroe to at least understand the question around the bylaws versus,
I would love to answer that if you'd like me to.
I mean, not necessarily get in this right now to the market conditions and everything, but at least to understand you bought it thinking this or whatever that.
2 minutes?
Sure, 2 minutes.
When I went into contract to purchase these 126 lots, I was given a copy of the deed restrictions. The deed restrictions say that they have to be 100% or 85% brick and 100% brick on the front. It also says the developer, at its sole and absolute discretion, can approve your house plans. The developer who I'm buying the lots from agreed to approve my house plans. In addition to the deed restrictions, it said that the deed restrictions, the governing documents, could be modified with a 2/3 majority vote. Knowing that I would have 80% of the vote when I bought 126 lots, I called an HOA meeting pursuant to the bylaws and the governing documents. And at that HOA meeting, which was on February the 1st, we voted, it was 126 to 19, or 128 to 19, to approve the Second Amendment that modified the deed restrictions to what was approved by the developer. So we felt like we were in complete compliance with the governing documents that were set forth in the development, which were approved by this committee when they approved the final record plat. Then, 2 weeks later, because the current homeowners were not happy with my vote, they did not like how I had voted, they felt like they were being railroaded, they complained and they made their voices known to their city officials, which they have the right to do. The city officials looked and did their research, and Mr. Perkins reached out to me and said, we believe you're in violation. So we met with Mr. Perkins, and we went through all the ordinances, and I think he pointed out 5 changes to the deed restrictions that were happening in the February 1st meeting that he felt was in violation of the ordinance. Now, while we wholeheartedly disagree that we should be here, because we feel like your jurisdiction ended respectfully when you signed the recorded plat, and this is now an HOA to be governed by the documents of the HOA, which you approved, and are out there, and everyone here knows the documents of the HOA says the developer can approve plans, the developer can change at their absolute discretion, and a 2/3 majority member vote can change anything in the governing documents. Everybody knew that when they joined the HOA. So, but I had no idea about ordinance 2015-014. When Mr. Perkins brought that to my attention, we met with him, Mrs. Golden, Andrew Hanley. We met with everybody. We just met with everybody and we went through this. We worked the next month and a half to go with those 5 violations that he felt we had down to 2. And the rest of them were like, okay, we won't have to do that. I think the fear was when we amended the deed restrictions in the very beginning, we amended them very broadly. And we didn't, and that scared the homeowners who were out there. We amended that to be 1,300 square foot homes blanket. We had no intention of building 1,300 square foot homes, okay? But we knew that there were some lots that had very small buildable areas, and we needed to get that done. But the membership was afraid that we were going to build 126, like you said, 126 1,300 square foot homes, and that was going to be their neighborhood. And they were fiercely upset about that, and they expressed that to the city. So then so we re-amended that to adjust the square footage to more exactly what we're doing. That gave more control of what we're doing there. That's just one of those examples. The big issue that they're here, that they're going to, well, I'm not going to get into my story. That's why we're here tonight, and that's what we're voting for. I would agree that I think this planning commission has every right to say this is an HOA matter. The HOA has filed a suit, or we're going to go to court. They can post a bond if they want to stop me. They can seek an injunction from the courts. If they feel like the courts are going to take too long, they have legal avenues that they can take, and we can go down that court road. And this commission can say the plat has been recorded, set the precedent that the plat's been recorded, and the commission is the HOA needs to follow the governing documents that you all approved when the plat was recorded. You could go back in future plats and say, if these amendments to the common scheme want to be changed, the governing documents need to say 100% approval. The governing documents need to say 51% approval. The governing documents, whatever percentage of approval you want, so you don't have to deal with it in the future. But the governing documents that were approved when the plats were recorded said the membership could change the governing documents with a 2/3 majority vote. Now, we can move forward with the commission saying that's how we're going to go or whatnot, and the courts can decide if we have those votes. The courts can decide if we called proper meetings or not, and we can have that thing. And you all can say, we're done with this, we wash our hands, and it's an HOA thing once we record the plat. Does that answer your question of how we got to where we are today?
A little better.
Thank you. I hope I just didn't take more than 2 minutes. Any other questions?
You've had 2 meetings with them?
There were 2 meetings. The first meeting was on February the 1st, and it approved the second amendment. It was about
Which
2
one
weeks.
was it where you had, I'll call it a takeover of the HOA?
The first meeting was on February the 1st, and that was the second amendment, and that's what triggered Mr. Perkins to call me or write the letter. The second meeting was on April the 6th, and that is when, what we did on the second meeting is we sent out a notice to all members. The HOA had not had an election of officers since 2016. They have 22 homeowners out there, and we have 126. We are going to double the size of their HOA in year 1. They need to be organized to be able to handle that growth. So we put out a notice that we're going to have an election of officers and directors, and we are going to take nominations from the floor. So anybody who wants to be an officer or a director in this HOA, come to the meeting. There are 7 spots available. We didn't know if anybody would come. And as you know, it's contentious. They don't like me. That's okay.
And they probably knew the reality was they couldn't get anybody in because you
No,
had
there's 7.
126
There's
votes.
7. I only nominated 4. So there's 3 more to be on there. We want to work with them. They, instead of coming to that meeting and bringing nominations from the floor, they sued me.
And these are homeowners you nominated that own lots there?
No.
No, they're not. So
But by law, it could be anybody.
as a corporation, I can have a corporate resolution to assign my voting rights to any person for a specific lot, and that's what we did.
So outside of those two meetings, there's not been any sort of collaborative, sort of, hey, how can we?
Yeah,
make
there
this
has
work?
been. There has been. So a year and a half ago, I met with the HOA to talk about deed restrictions. They had a person who was a president then who's not here today. She was a woman who was a president, and we were talking with the board about how do I get my house plans approved. I asked them if I could change the brick requirement to stone, and they said no, absolutely not. You cannot change that to stone because the deed restrictions say brick and brick only, when usually a masonry product is interchangeable. They also were upset with me because I had plans to put in Columbia Gas into the neighborhood. And the deed restriction said electric should be the primary utility and only others in case of an emergency. So I was like, but this is Columbia Gas. It's an underground utility that doesn't go into the house. They said, no, you can't do it. So at that point, we're realizing that they are not understanding the governing documents. They're not understanding what we're doing. And we had to just step away and say, okay, this is what we're dealing with. After that, we have had several meetings. I've had several meetings with the former board of directors via Zoom to go over our plans and what we're doing. And we have talked about those things, and I've had several emails going back. We have tried very hard to work with them throughout this entire process. But at the end of the day, I have a business decision to make. I have 126 votes. They have 28 votes. And they are frustrated that I can vote with my votes that outnumber their votes. And that's why we're here today. And if we want to have that go to the courts, that can go to the courts. And you all do not have to make a decision tonight about anything other than this is above our pay grade. We are going to let this go to the courts and work that out.
I would like to say that what Mr. Monroe just said is not actually true. We did have.
Sorry, I don't want to take over for the chair. I was going to tell them.
We did have the
Will you
meeting,
swear affirm the statement you're about to
and we
make?
agreed to allow. I'm sorry. I swear to tell the truth.
Before you say it, give me your name.
My name is Patricia Mitchell. We met with Mr. Monroe, and we agreed to let him have natural gas. I, at the time, was president or secretary, one of the officers, and I actually had a notary come to my house, and all of the homeowners came and signed the change we needed to make to our deed restrictions so that Mr. Monroe could have gas. And then that was it. He after that, nothing we did was good enough. But we hired an attorney, and we had all the votes we needed to give him that. In that meeting, he asked us for less brick, I think 50%, or just the front or something, which is what he's actually building. All of it's siding except that front that you see now. But we actually did give him gas, and we did all of the paperwork, but then he started coming down, stomping on us, and we did not file it. We did not change our deed restriction. But we had all the paperwork to do so. And a lawyer who will tell you that we did.
Thank you.
Have you not had a homeowners association since 2016?
We had had a homeowners association, Scott lived there, and I've lived there 5 years.
Charlie, you keep in mind, somebody said no elections for 6 years, but those members hold their position until their properly elected successor comes in. So they are in fact. Now, whether they operate or not, I don't know.
And we only had 22 houses, so it was kind of a consensus. Maybe it wasn't a real election, but it was a consensus of who was going to be officer.
Whoever volunteers.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
I don't think we're delinquent on any of our bills either.
Nope.
Mr. Sherwood, did you have a?
Well, before I say anything else, and this is probably going to make a lot of people mad, but these people literally write my check, and they've also been here since 6 o'clock, so I'm going to hear them. Unless things get like unruly. Please manage your expectations, but. So.
Well, but if we're not going to rule on it, that's not doing us a favor to let them keep talking if we're not going to, go ahead and make all the decisions that are appropriate.
If we make a motion.
Or that are necessary.
Right.
If a motion passes not to hear it, leave it to the courts.
I say we leave it to the courts.
Is that your official motion?
I'd make a motion and we can go to vote.
And then if
I'll
we vote,
entertain a
then if,
motion.
I think, Brett, to your point, if we vote no, then we
Then we can go.
hear, if we vote no, then we hear them out.
I'm sorry.
If we
I- I-
decide to hear it, then,
I'm with you.
then we would hear them out, obviously.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
What do you?
So
Motion.
make your motion.
I'll make a motion that let the court settle it.
So I've got a motion by Mr. Vest.
Before we were to hear anything.
Yes.
Who's my second? Do I have a second?
Yeah.
The second by Mr. Stone. So this is, now let me make this clear,
Is there anything more specific?
to let the court settle.
The outstanding litigation prior to.
Charlie, is that right?
And is it to settle the outstanding litigations or is it to settle
Charlie.
everything?
I'm sorry.
Is that
Is it to
correct?
settle the outstanding litigation prior to any planning and zoning consideration of the issue?
Wait, stop, now.
So-
Start all over again, what's the question?
Mr. Vest made a motion and Mr. Stone seconded the motion to let the courts decide. Now, is this to let the courts decide?
If I might make a suggestion, that motion, I think I understand what's intended, that the motion would be that this involves legal issues that are beyond our authority, and as such, we will decline to hear this and allow them to proceed in court.
That's,
Yes.
Mr. Vest, is that what you're?
What he said, yeah.
Okay.
I thought that's what he meant, I wasn't.
I still second it.
Okay, so we do have a first, motion made and a seconded. We'll do a roll call. This is again to let the courts decide everything, basically. Mrs. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Mifflin,
No?
Mr. Stone,
Yes.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Vest,
Yes.
Mr. Shirley. And the chair votes yes. So we've decided the vote is passed and let the courts decide everything. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you
I think
all.
with that being said, I think that's the last thing we have on the agenda, Joe, right?
If it's not, I don't think it should
I'll make the
matter.
motion, we adjourn.
To be clear, I don't disagree